Can I have my ballot, please? Childish and immature, I know.
By the way, you two, mine are bulletproof here.
Thank you. Now I know who to hide behind.
All right,
Uh-oh.
we're good to go?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome you all to the Beaumont City Council meeting for Tuesday, January 18th. And we're going to start with a roll call at 5:01.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Here.
Mayor White.
Just went off.
Here. And see, do we have any public comments for this meeting?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line? Carrie, can you hear us? Do you have anyone on the line?
All right, we'll go ahead and move on. Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion in the closed session, please?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item number 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, claimed by WECA, Inc. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 and/or 3 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, and that's Mozaffar Bazad, Hamid Roknian, and Rosita Roknian, track number 32850. And then item number 4 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Councilmember Mike Laura and Mayor Pro Tem Julio Martinez, unrepresented employee, city manager.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. 5:04.
Yes.
So I just wanted to correct the closed session description. Item number 2 is actually conference with legal counsel regarding potential potential exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3. One potential case in this matter relates to an officer-involved shooting. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, back out of closed session. We'll call the meeting back to order for closed session. And Mr. Pinckney, can you report out from closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item 1 was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Claim by WECA Inc. There was no reportable action. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding potential exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3. One potential case, this matter related to an officer-involved shooting, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, and that matter involved Mozaffar Bazad, Hamid Rocknian, and Rosita Rocknian, tract number 32850, no reportable action taken. And then item 4 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Councilmember Mike Laura, and Mayor Pro Tem Julio Martinez, the unrepresented employee, the city manager. There was no reportable action taken. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
And just to follow up, we will be going back into closed session at the end of open session?
And that would be on item number 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Great, and we came back in at 7:35, Nicole, I don't know if you got that.
Thank you.
So at this point, I will call the regular session of the city council meeting to order at 7:37. And can we start with a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Here.
Mayor White.
Here. And we have no request for excused absences, so we'll go ahead and go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Put your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we don't have any adjustments to the agenda tonight? No? Okay. And no conflict of interest disclosures. So we'll move on to the public comment period. This is a period for public comment on items not on the agenda. The meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Nicole, I assume we have some public comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Stephen Papka,
Thank you. I live at the corner of 7th, West 7th and Egan. And in that area, at 7th and Egan and 7th and California, we have had numerous close calls and accidents in the 20-plus years I've lived here in Beaumont. Thankfully, there have been no serious injuries to my knowledge, but hardly a day goes by when we don't hear a screech of tires and honking, and every now and then crunch. And it's only a matter of time before someone is killed. Something has to be done. Maybe some additional signage, make 7th and Egan and 7th and California four-way stops, because people come down California Street. You would think it was the eastern annex of the drag strip at Pomona. I mean, people come down just going to town, you know. And they do the same thing on Egan, going down to 6th. And I'm just asking that it could be looked into. Something has to be done. Let's please not wait until somebody gets killed. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
No other speakers.
And that's it on, okay. We'll move from public comments to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion. Here or at the end of action items, approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Are there any items to be pulled from discussion? Not seeing any, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Mayor, do we have any public comment on any of those?
Oh, good question.
If not, I'll make a motion to.
None for these items.
Okay, I'll second the motion. And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Now we'll move to action items, starting with item number 8, a fiscal year 2021 annual comprehensive financial report and report of internal control over financial reporting. Staff report from Jennifer Eustachian.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On an annual basis, the city is required to have an independent audit of its financial statements. The audit for fiscal year 21 has been completed and is included as attachment A of your report. The audit provides for an unmodified clean opinion, which means that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects to the financial condition of the city. The city previously had completed basic financial statements. However, this year the city has completed its first annual comprehensive financial report. This report builds on the basic financial statements by including an introductory section and a statistical section. Completing this report was a collaborative effort across the city, and I'd like to thank all those that assisted and made this happen. And now I'm going to pass it on to Lisa Leach. She's Assistant Finance Director, to talk about internal controls.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Along with the annual comprehensive financial report is the report on internal control over financial reporting. Within this report, the auditors will identify any deficiencies they encountered in their testing of internal control over financial reporting. A deficiency in internal control exists when the design or operation of control does not allow management or employees to prevent or detect and correct misstatements on a timely basis. There are two types of deficiencies, a material weakness and a significant deficiency. A material weakness is a deficiency that a material misstatement of the city's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. A significant deficiency is less severe than a material weakness. The city has improved on its internal controls. In 2018, there were 5 material weakness findings, and there have been no material weakness findings reported since. As outlined in the report, the city had 2 new significant deficiencies, one in relation to segregation of duties and the other on adherence to the investment policy. There was a carryover significant deficiency from prior year. All deficiencies have been addressed by implementing new procedures and reporting. The report also includes management's comments to each finding. The Finance Committee has reviewed the draft of the annual comprehensive finance report as well as the internal control over financial report and recommend that council receive and file. Tonight, we have the auditors from Rogers, Anderson, Malady, and Scott to present to you on the audit process. So I'd like to pass it over to Veronica Hernandez from RAMS. And following the presentation, myself, Jennifer, or Veronica will be available for any questions you may have.
So as you said, my name is Veronica Hernandez. I am the audit supervisor on this engagement, and we have a short presentation. So just give me a moment so I can share my screen. Okay. So the city's responsibilities are to present the financial position and results of its operations fairly in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles, to adopt sound accounting policies, provide reasonable accounting estimates, establish and maintain internal controls, and to prevent and detect fraud. Our responsibilities is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatements, to examine on a test basis evidence supporting those amounts and disclosures, to assess the accounting principles used, estimates made, and evaluate the overall financial statement presentation, and review the city's internal control policies and procedures, and lastly, express an opinion as whether the financial statements are in conformance with GAAP. Our audit process consists of an interim audit, which includes an internal control review and a detailed assessment. We update our understanding of the entity. We review the current internal control systems in place and test controls over those systems. We perform our year-end audit by conducting a sample audit of the financial records. We inspect relevant documentation. We make inquiries about the policies, procedures, and transactions. We confirm balances with third parties and perform analytical procedures. And lastly, we compile the financial statement data with the city and develop an opinion. Our opinion was that the financial statements was fairly presented in all material respects. We issued an unmodified, clean opinion. All significant accounting policies have been consistently applied. Estimates appear reasonable and disclosures have been properly reflected. Other key points to note that there was no disagreements with management, no material errors or irregularities were discovered, and no significant accounting issues were noted. And this concludes our presentation. I want to personally thank Jennifer and Lisa and their entire team for another successful audit, and we'll, like Lisa said, we'll stay on it for any questions.
Thank you, Veronica. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Thank you. I'll open discussion up to council. Questions, comments?
Just make a quick comment.
Sure, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Martinez.
I just want to thank the team. Our first annual comprehensive audit's been a long waiting in the works for us. So it's nice to see that it came out as well as it did, very successful. Those that aren't been watching or looking at city records and so forth, you'd be appreciative of how well this is detailed and how much information is really there for our residents to look at. So I'm thankful for that, and thanks for the team that made it all work. My only quick question I have is that on the report, it said that one of the carryover deficiencies is still in progress. Is that true? And if it is, do we anticipate that being corrected soon, or at least by the next audit?
Yeah, that finding was on a cost allocation study, which is now, we have hired a consultant to perform that study. and that is in the process, and I anticipate that to be effective for fiscal year '23.
Perfect, okay. I appreciate that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Sure, go ahead, Mr. Lara.
Just one real quick comment. As Mayor Pro Tem Martinez indicated, I just appreciate the effort of staff getting this completed, and also my appreciation to the Finance and Audit Committee for their review and support on this. I think this is a red letter day. Jennifer, do we get a brass plaque for you and with your name on it, or how does that work? So congratulations, and thank you very much for the hard work on that and getting us to this point. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you.
Here.
Go ahead, Mr. Santos.
Yeah, just a quick comment, and as I said, I mean, before in the meeting, I mean, on the finance, congratulations, that was a good job, and on the findings of, 1, 2, 3, and that was, resolved and still one pending, just like, Pro Tem Mayor Martinez mentioned, and looking forward on that resolution on that. I really appreciate that, and then more detail on this. Great job. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Finn, you're up next.
Yes, I just wanted to give a big thank you, and the city's come a long way, and staff has made that possible, and so I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. It wasn't too many years ago that we were hoping that one day we'd be able to receive and file an audit in January. I think this is probably the first time we've done it, but as Mr. Martinez brought up, we have reached a different benchmark, and that is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, which I know used to be called the CAFR. And we had a council member, Nancy Carroll, who every year would ask us if we're ready to do a CAFR. Can you just explain to us why this is the first time we've been able to do, I guess it's now called an ACFR. But just so get an understanding, I mean, we've had pretty good audits before, but what raises this one to the level of an annual comprehensive financial report?
There's a lot more detail that goes into it. It takes a lot of time to gather the data that you need, especially for the statistical section. And from my understanding previously, it was difficult to gather that information. So they just had a difficult time having the time and the resources that they needed to put this together. But we made it possible this year.
And I think that's the achievement that we are all very appreciative of tonight. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? I'll take a motion to receive and file. Or do we need a motion on that? We do.
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
And we'll go ahead and take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes, before we move on to item number 9, we have a part in the public comments at the start where we explained to you that we cannot respond, and that was not in it, so I didn't tell you that, but I just want to let you know that your comments that you made were acknowledged, and we will address them when we can, but we can address them tonight, yours as well. Yeah, I just don't want you to have to sit around. It's going to be a pretty exciting night, so you might want to stay, but I didn't want to force you to stay. And then the other gentleman, you're here to speak on the Wrangell Park issue. Since we got started really late, does anyone mind if we move that one up and address that? Are we ready if staff wants to do that? Are we okay to move that one up? Okay, so that is item, I think it was what, 18?
Yes, sir.
Item 18. So we'll take item 18 now, and we'll start with public comments.
Mr. Rios?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Hello, my name is Leslie Rios. I live on B Street, directly property from Wrangell Park. Okay. Hello, my name is Leslie Rios. I live at near Wrangell Park on B Street. I just want to know a little bit more about what's going on with the park. There wasn't very much on the internet of this plan. So my concerns are is the lighting, the antique lights, are they gonna remain? Are they gonna come out on B Street and Fourth when the park is updated or fixed? And also the mulberry trees, I noticed on the old plan, conceptual plan, it's saying removal of the trees on Olive and Fourth. I was wondering why those trees will be removed. If they're removed, it's gonna be no shade there for anybody. And if they're removed, are they gonna be replaced with other trees to grow in that area? Because without those trees, there's no shade other than the pine tree in the center. And I just want to know more about this plan, what's going on, because people are wondering what's happening, and it's taking a long time. And I just want to be to be involved and also know what's going on. And the committee's really excited about it, and it's taken about 2 years to get to a point where we're at. So we're wondering, and the basketball court. I want to know more about the basketball court tonight. And thank you for your time.
Okay, I think we discussed some of those last time, but we'll go ahead and get a staff report. And if you still have any questions after
Okay.
that, I'll let you ask some more.
That'd be great.
public-
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And so staff report on that will be made by Mr. Pardon.
Yes, and we do have PowerPoint. Did you get a copy of the PowerPoint, Nicole?
Yes. Let me pull
Okay.
it on this one.
All right.
I normally, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And never mind, Mike. Chief, could we turn up the air a little bit? Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, there we go.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. Sorry, we're a little out of kilter. Apologize for that. All right, so pursuant to our last city council meeting, it's been a long day, I apologize. We were asked to report back on where we are with Rangel Park, our status, and where we are moving forward. So what I'd like to do is present a project overview of where we started, where the plan has evolved, and kind of where we stand today. There is some additional feedback that we're going to need from council, as I'll describe to you a little bit later. So, Ms. Nicole, we're ready for next slide, please.
Mayor, may I ask a quick question before we start? Sure. Nicole, is this PowerPoint up there on the, right there? Mr. Rios, there's a PowerPoint up there if you'd like to. Thank you, Mayor, just wanted to point that out. Sorry, Mr. Parton.
Okay, we ready? So this graphic really installed in here, so it gives you a pretty good perspective of what Rangel Park includes today. And along 4th Street, you can see where the new restroom and concession facility has been installed as part of an earlier phase of the project. So that's really kind of a phase one, if you kind of think about it. And that's where we had used some of our federal grant dollars to make that improvement. So back in 2018, we did commission a park concept plan looking at this property. And with that, really the focus was how to try to provide some upgrades to the ball field, and then what are some of the other ancillary things that we need to include in the park to help facilitate games and the tournament that happens out there, those types of things. And so we went to work looking at that. We had also talked with the park planner, Malcolm Matthews, about really the types of dollars that we had to work with to move the project forward. So we did present in March of 2019 that concept for City Council to consider and approve. And so then we went to work to get the restroom done, and then we also needed to evaluate what's going on with the electrical. The park really isn't wired to the standard that we need for supporting the baseball operations, the lighting, as well as some of the other amenities that we're contemplating putting into the park. So, Ms. Nicole. So this is what the park is looking like today. So this gives you a couple different perspectives. So this is the larger picture is 4th Street looking into the new restroom and concession facility. And then the park picture that you see on the upper right-hand side is, again, looking into the park, really using Google Maps. So that's why you see a little bit of the blue building, which is the old restroom building that had been, and concession been demoed already. But that gives you an idea of looking into the nose of the building or nose of the park as you look at that eastern portion. And that's the area of concern that we've had where we try to look at what types of those additional family amenities that we want to put into the facility. So the key point of the pictures that you see, the smaller pictures to the far right, are to show you it's a flat piece of land with ready curb access all the way around it. And it's a fairly clear space that we have to work within. Let's go, we're ready. So this is the concept plan that was approved in 2019. So again, this was prepared by a professional park planner, Mr. Matthews. His resume includes having served as the Parks and Rec Director for the City of San Antonio. He's done consulting work and throughout Texas, has worked on parks with these types of amenities that we presented and is included in this plan. And so what you'll see on that far eastern nose is the half-court basketball court, and that's a half-court of a standard size basketball facility. You'll see a railroad-themed playscape just north of that ball field, and then you see a small splash pad for really young kids located on that very far end. And you'll see some blue triangular or trapezoidal pieces, and those are shade structures that were programmed into this plan as part of the facilitating that family gathering space in that area. And then again, if you think about those earlier images, you think about that as that flat space that we have to work within. And then on that far north end, on the other side of the cedar tree that we want to preserve, you see the potential opportunity for an additional picnic area with that open space. The actual restroom concession facility is actually a little bit smaller than what Mr. Matthews had actually proposed at that time. And so you actually have a little bit more programming space now between the tree and then that concession area to work within right now. The presentation that we presented to you a couple months back, we presented that it was determined that there wasn't space to be able to do the splash pad anymore. Don't think that's necessarily true because when you look at some of the reprogramming in that area, which I'll show you in just a minute, it actually begins to consume some of that other space. And so there's really some decision points to think about and look at with regard to the various options that are being presented. So one of the things to Mr. Rios' concern with regard to existing trees, we would make every effort to save all the existing trees that are there. The only reason why we'd remove something is if there was a safety concern, visibility concern, or whether there was just a need due to construction or any type of improvement that was there. Otherwise, we try to save all the existing canopy trees that we can throughout any efforts of this project. So the original project was estimated or programmed $700,000 towards the project. So that looked at addressing the playground surfacing that we've got. Right now, it's like a pea gravel, not really kind of up to speed with the types of fall protection that we currently have today. We had looked at some upgrades in that effort to do that new restroom facility. The covered pavilion, the basketball area, and some barbecue at $100,000. We had some fencing and landscaping and lighting along the perimeter that we need to look at. That was a budget of $50,000. The splash park, a small facility at $150,000, and then the ball field improvements we were looking at were some irrigation repair, some new sod, and then some upgrades onto the infield. In 2020, we came back to council with some additional funds that we had been able to achieve. So those are some grant dollars that we had. So that brought another $667,000 into the project. That allowed us to be able to add some additional dollars to do more upgrades to the picnic pavilion, basketball, and barbecue areas, as well as adding to the ball field improvements in the splash park. The ball field improvements were really to upgrade the lights. So we wanted to move from kind of the current lighting that we have to a Musco lighting system, which is really very specifically athletic-oriented competition level of lighting systems that are more efficient, allow you to focus light down, you have less light bleed, those kinds of things. So that took our total park budget for Rangel from $700,000 to about $1.4 million. So we doubled basically the dollars that were there. To the right, you see kind of a cutout that shows some of the conceptual pieces that we were talking about within the park. So you see kind of the playscape there that has that railroad theme to it, that kind of concept. You'll see kind of the park bench types that we're talking about, the types of shade structures that we would use, the fabric types with the different colors. And you kind of see some of the surfacing options that we're looking at for the basketball court. So that was 2020. So after that, we went to work to try to pull together a more detailed set of plans for this project. And so we hired a firm called Architera to proceed forward and begin working to pull the detailed plans together for this project. And here you begin to see where we see a lot of those shifts with regard to what is being programmed in the park. So there were two options that were being presented. This is option 2 of 2 options. And you'll see this one includes a basketball court. But you see a complete reorientation in terms of what the access point to the park is. Along 4th Street, you see trees coming out, and you see a revision expansion to the ballpark, to the ball field, much more than what we had contemplated. You'll see on the nose of the park that the basketball court has been moved over. You no longer have a full half court. You've got the foul line, with a shoot or goal to shoot at. What's interesting architecturally on 4th Street, you'll see the addition of a new large pavilion, and you see some berms being added. So that's currently flat ground and flat terrain, and now that's being consumed with the berm. So when we talk about losing space, not having space anymore for a splash pad, it's because there's other design decisions that have been made which are now consuming that space. So we started with that concept that had the 3 core elements, the playscape, half-court basketball, and the splash pad, to this element now, which has an enhanced playscape. It has a modified type of basketball court, and then it's got pavilion and those types of things. A lot more flat work included into this concept. And then, of course, you see the changes to the ball field. So the consultant has provided a probable construction cost that is dated November 2021. These dollars could go up a little bit more based on what we're seeing with construction trends right now. But what these dollars look like now is that we've got demolition of about $338,000. The field improvements now, since we're constructing a new field, is $716,000. The play area, the plaza improvements are now $1.7 million. and then the electrical upgrades at 300, and then Musco field lighting at that 500 range. There could be an extra $250,000 in Musco potentially there, so it may come in a little bit less than that. But so that takes our park cost from 1.4 now to 3.6 million. So which is challenging with regard to the project funds that we have available. So one of the things that we definitely need to do is we need to go back, reevaluate the spatial analysis, determine what kind of adjustments that we need to make to this proposed park option that's here, and really come back to council with a project scope that's in line with the dollars that we have available. One of the things that has happened when we demoed the old concession area that was at the far west end of the park, just kind of behind the backstop for the baseball field, we did find that there was an issue with the electrical where the lights had been wired through that facility. So when we took that out, we had to disconnect electric. We are working to reconnect electric so we can get the lights on those fields back up and working. The field is open and available to play in today. We just need to get the lights back on so we can continue, prior programming to that point. So, Mayor, Council, that's an update report of where we are right now. And we've got some work to do. We need to bring this back to you for some additional direction in the future, in the very near future.
All right, thank you. So do we have any public comments at this point?
Mr. Rios, did you have any other?
Yeah. I like the plan. It looks really good, especially with the railroad theme. That's really important down there because the railroad history we have down there. And it looks good. It looks a lot better without the splash pad. And when is it going to start, and when can we see it completed? It's going to be a while?
Well, just roughly, Ms. Thorne, I know that we still have to agree on a budget as well as what pieces of this.
Mayor, your mic.
Thank you. So we still need to come back with you, we need to approve a budget and the items that are actually going to be in that east end of the park.
Yes.
So what are we talking about?
So you currently have dollars allocated to the park project. They include some park development impact fees, which are going for splash pad. And then you've got like CDBG grant funds, some other things like that programmed in, as well as some other dollars that we're able to bring into the project. And so, I think the first question is with regard to the amenities that you want to see brought into the park. In contemplating this, again, the thought was, what are the amenities that we need to bring in that are going to serve families as they're coming to play baseball and to participate in tournaments, those kinds of things. And so with families, particularly with the youngins, as we would say back east, further east, you definitely want the playscape, for the littles, and you definitely want the water feature, particularly if it's going to be hot. We've got some things like that. One of the things that we heard a lot about when I first got here was a request from one particular citizen group that was really concerned about trying to add splash park amenities within the community to provide an alternative and to provide a nice amenity for kids and families through the worst of the summers. So those are the things that kind of went into play. So with regard to the conversations that we had, and based on the last conversation when we were looking at the space issue in Rangel, one of the things that cropped up at that point was definitely the playscape and definitely getting the half-court basketball court integrated into this facility, into the park. The original concept accomplished that. And I feel as we go back and reevaluate the spatial analysis and provide direction back to Architera or whomever we decide to use, that we can kind of bring that back. We also need to go to work with them and say, this is our budget. I mean, what are we going to get accomplished with the original allocation that's currently in the CIP and dollars that we have in hand at 1.4 million? One of the issues that would be in addition to that we need to think about is the electrical upgrades. So, the detailed electrical analysis does show that if we put a splash pad or a facility like that, that we are going to see that significant need to upgrade, which could be $300,000, as you saw in the concept that's there. So there may be some more dollars that we need to bring to this, but exactly how much that is, what some of those design options and feature options will be, are things that we need to kind of work through with our park designer to kind of dial that back and get to that point. And that's part of what we need to provide as direction back to the design professionals to bring us a park that gets the things, the maximum services that we want within that budgetary figure that we have to work with them. And if we have to make a lot of sacrifices and basically eliminate some of the core features that we want in the park, then we need to either make that decision or we need to figure out how we can bring some more dollars in to help address that.
Okay, I have a quick question. With the concept plan of March of 2019, it has the splash pad, the playground, and the full half-court basketball.
Yes.
The new concept has a different basketball court, and the splash pad is still, where's the splash pad in there? Is that the circle in the middle?
No, it was eliminated from this concept.
So what is, how is that 1.7 million broken down, the play area?
Can you please line me back? Yeah, thank you. So if you look at, in the handout, if you look at slide,
Okay, I see it.
yeah,
I see it.
slide 6, you can see how that's broken out. So you've got 500, so you got $500,000 for the splash park, for the splash pad. And you've got a additional covered picnic pavilion area at 317. And then the other primary cost that you have is the ball field improvements at 400. So again, the ball field improvements that we're looking at would basically be working under this concept within the existing dimensions that you have today. And you're looking at turf upgrades, irrigation upgrades, lighting upgrades for the ball field. The revised plan that had you at almost double the ball field improvements is brand new fencing, widening the fields, adding the dirt lanes along the base paths for first and third. Yeah, so there's a lot of changes in redevelopment of the ball field that go into the option 1. So in other words, if you look at that option, you're going to take your entire budget that you have for the whole park and basically put that into a field reconstruction in that concept. Because there's flat work, behind the bases and things like that. Not that those are not desirable or not necessarily needed, but in terms of the programming and phasing that we were originally thinking of, that's a definite change of increase of scope from what we had originally approved in the original concept plan. So there's a lot of scope creep.
So the lighting went up significantly. The demolition was not in the original estimate.
You won't have as much demolition in the original concept that we do now. The Architera plan, the demolition numbers that are there is because you're taking out all the fences. You're taking out, a lot of the flat work. You're taking out a lot more in that plan because you're doing a much more in-depth expansion and redo of that park than what was originally contemplated.
The play area plaza improvements, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing where the 1.7 million is broken out. Can you guys show me that? Am I missing that on a page?
So, so you're talking about on.
On your
the-
probable construction costs, play
Yeah.
area plaza
On
improvements.
on item 8, so the play area plaza improvements, the 1.7 there. Yeah, I don't have a breakout of that I'm showing in the park here, so I apologize, I don't have that with me right now. For
Okay.
that 1.72.
Todd, we can email that to the city council. We have an actual breakdown of that. We took it directly from Arcatera's probable cost estimate.
Thank you.
Okay, and, you know, we are doing a splash park at Stewart. It would be a nice, I think this is the only park in this area of town, correct?
It is.
And it would be nice to have a place to go cooling off when it's, you know, our normal summers around here. But, so basically what you're telling us is that we're gonna come back and we're gonna be looking at a new design?
Yes, yeah, and we pulled this option from the Arcatera plan. There's 2 options that are there. And I can emailed out to y'all the option 1. The difference in option 1 is that it's got basically the playscape that you see on item 7 or slide 7 is almost doubled. So the basketball court comes out, you've got the playscape basically doubling in size. You've got a track that goes around it. There's a ton more amenities in that playscape area. Again, but it consumes some of the other programming objectives that we have, which is at least getting that half-court basketball and at least getting that upgraded playscape area, for sure.
Okay, I'll open it up to the rest of the council for questions or comments. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so, so I think what we have to remember is to prioritize the park and be careful not to try to do too much with what we don't have. The concept here is the baseball. That should be our priority, making sure that park is what the community wanted, is the baseball concentration, making sure everything's there, the fencing and so forth for the park, and the lighting and the seating and so forth. Then you have your restrooms, you need your restroom. Now you need a little, probably a playground to have the smaller ones play as you have, you know, baseball games going on and so forth. But then the other stuff to me just kind of comes if we have the money. Because, you know, I would like to see a splash pad there too, but I think there are limitations with the electrical issues and so forth. Is probably going to say it's probably not within the best efficiency to put it there when we have Stewart that we're focusing on a larger splash pad, you know, for this. I would love to see it there, but we have to be realistic and not lose focus if this is the ball field. This is where, you know, that's the whole concept here. So you have your ball field, you have your everything that goes with it, your seating, your lighting, your fencing, you have your restroom, you have a ground. Now, depending on our budget, it may have to be scaled back. It may not be able to have a big themed one like this, but you have a nice playground there. And then, of course, you need shade, because we've been going towards the shade structure, so we put the shade structure there as well. Now we look at the numbers, because what I have an issue with is we bring a concept plan in, we get the community all wound up, we get numbers that are low, we say, yeah, we can do this. And then as time goes, the numbers start going up, and they start going up, and now we have another plan, and now we have this, and now we're nowhere 2 years later, and the community starts to say, just like they said, where is it at, when's it gonna come? So we'll talk about that probably more with the Stewart thing as far as how we're gonna go about in the future, making sure that we do it correctly the first time. And I'm not so sure that we've been doing it that way. Because we start with the plan and then we come back and we hire someone else and they come back and do a revision and I need to question that process, but we'll do that at the Stewart one, for me at least, rather than now. So, you know, we need a number to kind of see what we're working with. I think we should probably discuss our priorities and make that decision now. You know, because staff sounds like we're trying to still put a splash pad in there, but in my opinion, I think we need to axe it and make that decision now so that we can concentrate on the ball field and get going with that and everything that goes with that and start working our way. Okay, the ball field's priority, you got your restroom, you have your playground, you have your shade, and now what else do we have? Do we have money for a court? Do we have money for this and that? And if not, then just make what we have with putting a little pavilion or seating and so forth.
And if I can clarify, I'm not trying to force a splash pad on anybody.
Right, yeah, I
Okay?
know that.
I'm just saying that we presented a set of facts to you that I don't think was the whole story. And so y'all made a decision to change that element. And so I'm just presenting back, hey, that, you know, if there is a desire to look at that or evaluate that, I think you still have that option. So it's not behind you, but if that's a critical component that you want to consider as an option, we can go back and look at that.
And thank you
So
as part.
that's purely the only.
You're always there to give us the options, and we appreciate that. So that is the job. But that's where we need to come in as council and start deciding now, so we can get them moving and not have to come back again and go through a whole nother discussion again, because we're just kind of spinning our wheels and the construction costs go up. So that's my opinion. Concentrate on the field with your playground and stage structure, and let's see where that gets us with numbers, see where we have to work with, and then kind of keep adding as it allows. And stay away from the splash pad because of the electrical issues, only really because of that main issue. Because if we had things ready to go there, that would be a different story, but it doesn't make sense to have to put so much into it when that's really, we're gonna have to try to focus that at Stewart.
Okay.
And it's nice to have one on that side of town, I understand, but, you know, we are limited with budgeting.
And just to clarify, I'm okay with that approach completely. Again, I think the community group that I was hearing from back when you brought this up a number of years ago, was not necessarily a splash park at every park, but a splash park, at least one that the city, can support. So, before I go to other council members, just a reminder, Mr. Finn, whenever you want to speak, just turn your mute back on and I'll notice that that's when you want to speak, okay? Did you have any comments on this issue?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
you go ahead.
Okay, so for what I've heard too, I certainly, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Martinez about the half court or the baseball field, to take care of that. I don't think a splash pad is needed with the efforts of Stewart Park. I'd hate to put an extra splash pad somewhere else and end up being underutilized. But I also do agree that we should have a half court basketball. And I like the idea of it being fenced. I think it'd be used more that way, and just having a flat area of concrete that is fenced in. When basketball's not going on over there, some kids could have dodgeball. They could bring their RC cars out. Small children could ride their bikes and their power wheels and that kind of stuff. So I think it would be an opportunity for the little kids to use that. And so in terms of a budget effort, I think that we scratch the splash pad and we put our emphasis on those other things, and we get back closer to that 1.4 million budget that was done in 2020 and go with that. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Santos, Mr. Martinez, do you have comments? Mr. Lara? Mr. Lara? All right.
Go ahead. You want to go ahead, Ray?
Go ahead, Mr. Lara.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Martinez and understand where we're at. It just, as you go back and you look through the numbers, it doesn't look as though our budget was even close at all to begin with. Because I go back and look at, if we went with the original concept, are you saying that we wouldn't need the $337,000 in demolition? Or is it just,
I don't think you need that number, because you're not doing all because the typical process is you have a concept that's approved. Then we go back out to develop the project-specific details, the bid documents, or the various project documents that we need, and we go out to bid and we construct the project. And so what is a little out of kilter here to me is that we brought the design firm in to help us go to that next second level of developing, and they reimagine facility. And scope creep has gone beyond what we had contemplated. I don't know that our budget was wrong, but what I know that we've developed here is a project scope that goes beyond the budget that we had available. And so typically you go through a process, these are the components we want, you go through a design process to put that together into a more detailed plan, you do your budgetary takeoffs, then you look at what adjustments you need to make, either bring dollars in or there's other ways to potentially economize, other ways to maybe do that. And so here we've got a detailed project that came in, again, with some of the concepts growing beyond what we contemplated. So instead of working with and upgrading the ball field into that concept we originally had, this is reconstructing it. So this is going to be building a new infield, putting brand new sod and irrigation systems, flat work in the back, brand new fencing, broadening the field out. There's a ton more scope in that ball field, than what we had contemplated when we were looking at it. So the project budget might have been just fine originally based on the concept we had looked at. So we just need to go back to work and make sure that the designer is incorporating the things at the scope and the scale that we have available to work with. If they come back and say, you really can't get anything useful with that number, then we've got to come back and say, we need to then move money around within the project.
Okay.
Maybe we make some sacrifices on some things, but.
So what you're saying is potentially the 300,000 electrical upgrades that's on the 2021 that wasn't either on the 2018 or the 2020 may not be required.
I think there's some kind of electrical upgrade.
But maybe not to
Is it
300.
180,000
Okay.
versus 330? I think there's definitely some dollars there that we're gonna have to juggle with, from that perspective, for sure. So, and then, how do we do that? Can we get Musco lights a little bit cheaper than what we had programmed in here, for example? There may be other savings also in other areas that we had looked at.
Because we had talked about fencing and lighting from the beginning, and it went from 50,000 to 500,000, and we're just for the field lighting. So I guess what you're saying is you're going to go back and sharpen our pencils to find out exactly where we're going to be.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so we tell the designers, listen, this is a beautiful concept. This park concept is really, like Ms. Rios said, it's a wonderful park. Be a destination park, for sure. And, are there elements of that we want to phase in, and utilize, to do some other things. But the other element of, some of the park program that we looked at is, and I know we'll talk about this with Stewart Park potentially too, but when you look at the dollars you have available, a component of that is diff. And so, if we're upgrading the baseball, softball field, that's not going to be a diff eligible project. If we're upgrading the playscape, that's not going to be a diff eligible project. So to bring those diff dollars in, we have to be adding amenities, we have to be adding capacity in the park somehow, to be able to justify the use of those dollars. And so when we talk about the 1.3 million, and like with Stewart Park, we talk about the dollars we have for that project, you have to be careful, to know that those numbers may not be able to include some of those diff dollars we bring over if we're not doing qualified improvements or qualified projects within that park. So that could impact, the dollars that we have available and the phasing of what we decide to do at the end of the day.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. My take on this is echoing. On that side of the town, and I know I do look on the futures on the Beaumont side, especially in that area. And I'm glad that we're discussing the improvements on the baseball field in this. And if you look on our general plan, there's a lot of multi-units we will be building on the side of the south side of First Street. And I think this will be a good destination park. And looking on this, I'm not pushing the splash pad on this. If you're familiar with the how the Orange County cities in there, how they put it together, And you could visit it. I mean, you could go to Lake Forest. They have every parks they have in there. They put water features, and one of them is the splash pad. And I'm not saying we're copying them. I think it's nice to have a destination. I mean, neglecting the our barrio district, and I think everyone in there will appreciate the improvements. What we're gonna put it in there, especially the the basketball court, the the restroom which we have, and if we put that plan together, and I know the ideas you have is different than my ideas. Is I don't do piecework. I like to have a good plan, put it together, and let's accomplish it, and a commitment. I don't want to do do the baseball field, do this, and let's see what will happen on the next project. No, we put the budget together, and let's finish that project. And what I'm hearing is we're piecemealing it, and I don't want to piecemeal the project. If we're gonna finish it, and this council has to do a commitment. And I wish, I hope, we'll go on directions of do it as soon as possible, because that community is suffering right now. We don't have the baseball, events in there for almost, a year and a half now. Last year we stopped, and hopefully we could open it as soon as possible and do the project. And as I said, I don't want to do a piecemeal. Hopefully all of us go forward and do a decision to make a project on this. The concept, we have to do the concept. I'm not against the, removing the splash pad, and I think it's a good concept. It's new in the area, and that would be nice to have it in there, especially the kids. The kids who play baseball, basketball, they have a place to, enjoy their life in there. And that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me hopefully wrap this up. I think that something we need to do as soon as possible is to get those lights back up. And then I think the consensus here is that we do the ballpark improvements. We prioritize a play area as well as a half court. And then we see where we are as far as the dollars go. But I agree with Mr. Santos that we need to have a plan and work the plan. Personally, the concept plan on March of 2019, if you were to just take out the splash pad there and have that an open area, it accomplishes what we're looking for, which is the play area, as well as the half court basketball, as well as the football or the baseball stadium. So are we good on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you were just looking for direction there, correct?
Yes, but we're not redesigning. We are going to go back with the architect firm and say, hey, we need to pull the scope back. We have a budget of $836,000 that you have to program and work with that needs to address the baseball first, needs to address the playscape. And then there's other things we need to look at, for example, the shade structures are there. So it sounded like that was a critical thing too, because we have in one of the concepts, there's a pavilion that's there, like a picnic pavilion. So look at those elements that are there. And so the half court. So let me ask you, so the original concept for 2019 had a full half court with a high fence around it. The revised plan by Architera had a quasi half court. So it's basically got the 3-point perimeter in. So do you have a preference on that? Are you looking for a full half court
I don't
facility.
I don't see how you play a real game without a full half court.
Yeah, you wouldn't. It's gonna be more like a flex court, really a shoot around than it will be a full game court.
So no, I definitely would like to put that as, I'd put it in my list of things we have to have.
Okay,
The
so-
playscape, the basketball, and the baseball.
Okay, and then if there's the dollars available within the funds, then you want to look at shade structures, the kind of picking up the picnic and some of those barbecue options that we have in the plan.
You guys all agree on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Ted, you didn't mention the, concession. Are we going to have still a concession, stand in there?
It's already there.
Yes,
It's
right?
already there?
It's
Okay,
there.
I didn't hear
Yeah,
it, so,
so the brand new restroom is there, which includes the concession in it, so
Okay.
that building is there and it's functional and available. We're working on making sure that we get those lights up ASAP, so there's some rewiring and some things that need to be done to get those to, turn back on so we can use the park in the meantime.
And I think Mr. Lara had one more comment.
Yeah, Mr. Parton, just one thing, you may want to check with Mr. Valdivia on the fencing, because if I recall correctly, or maybe this young man knows, I think the outfield fence was extra high because of the shortness of the field. Because there's limited on room there, so you may want to find out so rather than having like a 8-foot or 6-foot fence, it may need to be,
At 10 or 12 foot.
yeah,
Okay.
I believe so,
You bet.
because the
Okay.
field is shorter, so you may want to check to see what they want there.
Yes, I see that. All right.
Thank you.
And of course, one key emphasis too is to preserve all the existing trees that are there, particularly on 4th Street, to make sure that we're preserving those as well.
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
All right,
thank you.
y'all.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we'll go back to item number 9, the fiscal year 2022 mid-year budget amendment, 3 CIP, wastewater general fund, and ratification of emergency wastewater vehicle purchase. And a staff report from Jennifer Eustachian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This report requests adjustments to the capital improvement plan budget, wastewater operating budget, and general fund budget. On December 21st, 2021, City Council adopted a resolution to amend the prior year capital improvement plan, 2016 to 2021. The amendment increased the wastewater treatment plant expansion and renovation project, 2017-005, from $67,235,187 to $76,334,187. The budget adjustment will allow for a transfer out of $3,099,000 of PAYGO funds to the project, $4,813,376 of wastewater development impact fees, and provide the spending authority within the wastewater capital project fund for $1,186,624 of bond interest. Moving on to the wastewater fund. Wastewater has 2 trucks that are not operable and need to be retired due to the inability to pass smog testing and the cost of needed repairs. These vehicles are required for daily operations. A truck became available and was purchased on an emergency basis to prevent disruption to the wastewater operations. And due to supply shortages from the COVID-19 pandemic, it is extremely difficult to procure vehicles, which we've spoke about in the past. And the other additional truck will be purchased as one becomes available. The budget adjustment amendment will provide a line item adjustment that reallocates funds budgeted for the brine line maintenance fees for the purchase of 2 trucks. The city has some one-time savings in these fees since the volume of brine produced by the city has been lower than projected. And you'll see that line item adjustment. It's just moving from one expense line to another. Moving on to general fund revenue, the city has received 4 months of sales tax revenue receipts and is trending higher than budget. And so we are recommending an increase to sales tax of $475,912. And on the expense side, the city has an obligation with the State of California Department of Finance to pay an outstanding amount due from the state's due diligence review. The original amount due was $2,875,912. The agreement called for annual payments of $300,000 through July 15th, 22. The final payment of $175,912 due on July 15th, 2023. Paying off this liability early will allow the city to use those funds towards programs and eliminate the liability from the city's financial statements. And with that, I will open up to any questions that you have with any of these budget amendments.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, and questions or comments by council? You guys good? Okay, I entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the capital improvement plan budget adjustments as outlined in attachment A, approve the budget adjustments as outlined in attachment B, approve the budget adjustments as outlined in attachment C, and ratify the cost of the emergency vehicle purchase paid to Fritz Ford in the amount of $41,943.78.
And I'll second that.
Councilmember
call.
Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 10, pension funding policy investment strategy for PARS 115 Trust. And Ms. Eustachian, you're back up.
Thank you, Mayor. On December 7th of 2021, the City Council approved the establishment of a Pension 115 Trust with Public Agency Retirement Services, PARS. The report tonight presents modeled financial scenarios and provides council with options on a funding policy as well as an investment strategy. Attachment A, page 417 of your packet, is a pension funding policy matrix. The matrix provides what the city is currently required to do through CalPERS, which is your example 1, but then builds onto each example to add an extra layer of funding level. The matrix addresses time frame, funding components, allowable uses of funding components, service delivery outcomes, and fiscal impact. The city is currently 75.7% funded as of June 30, 2020 valuation. As presented on page 414 of your packet, the estimated total pension cost for each example has been modeled. These costs are estimated as the actual results of the scenarios, which are unknown at this point in time. Once the policy is put into place, it will be prudent to evaluate the results annually, determine if the costs outweigh the results. Pension funding status of each example have also been modeled and are also on page 414 of your packet. The overall pension funding status will vary based on the actual inputs to the system. Before I move on to the next the investment strategy, I'll stop here and see if there's any questions about the matrix or models within the report.
And that was on page, what'd you say, 415?
414 are the
414.
models. So you can see the estimated total pension cost, and you have it laid out by the different examples that are within the matrix. So by the different colors, and then below it is your pension funding status. So based on what is in each example, it would get you to that level of funding.
Okay, at this point, are there any questions on that? All right, go ahead and move on.
Okay. PARS provides 5 different strategy options, with each being either an active or passive approach. An active approach allows for actively buying and selling assets in the anticipation of making profits and outperforming a benchmark. A passive approach is a long-term strategy in which investors buy and hold a diversified mix of assets in an effort to match, not beat the market. Staff modeled 3 of the 5 options with potential scenarios based on the 5-year return for each strategy at an active level. Cost of the funding policy could be reduced should the PARS 115 Trust outperform the model, and providing an active approach will potentially allow the investment earnings to outperform the benchmark, therefore reducing the amount needed to be input to the trust. Now, on January 10th, the Finance and Audit Committee discussed the pension funding policy and investment strategy, and are recommending to City Council example 2 as presented in the matrix with an active moderate investment strategy. And if Council approves this recommendation, then the fiscal impact would be $2.5 million of earmarked reserves transferred to the PARS 115 Trust Fund, and an increase of approximately $360,000 of normal pension cost program into the fiscal year 23 budget. And with that, I'm available for any questions you have.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
And council discussion. I'm good with example 2 that was approved or recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee. Everyone else good with that?
Mayor, if there are no comments from council, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve example 2, the pension funding policy with an active, moderate investment strategy for the PARS 115 Trust.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 11, a traffic signal update for the 1st Street and Highway 79 intersection and the 6th Street and Beaumont Avenue intersection. And that's a staff report from Jeff Hart.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good evening. Yeah, just a real brief update on a couple of upcoming traffic signal improvements we're looking for in the city of Beaumont. The first is at 1st Street and Highway 79 in Beaumont, which is a Caltrans controlled intersection. We are currently in the process of garnering approval for the installation of those signal improvements. We are trying to wrap up some finer details on the method of detection. They utilize video, whereas typically we would utilize in-ground loop detection, some minor details so that we can get this thing out to bid. As you recall, we brought an item to council several months ago about the pre-purchasing of those poles. We are anticipating that we will have those in our possession within 10 to 12 weeks. Upon approval from, from Caltrans of the traffic signal design plans, we will prepare a bid package and get this out to bid. The next one is at Beaumont Avenue and 6th Street. This also would include the installation of protected permissive turn signals for both the east and west direction, as would 1st and Beaumont. This project has draft plans approved. These poles ordered at the same time, so we were looking at the same delivery date. We are currently putting together a bid package and anticipate bidding this project in March with an anticipated construction date of about 4 weeks after that. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Comments or questions from council? I do have a couple of questions. Jeff, do you foresee any issues from Caltrans that popped up on the Oak Valley signal project that we might have on 1st and Highway 79? The reason I bring that up is we need to be proactive ahead of that. And we do there is a connection with Caltrans and RCTC, and I have the opportunity to discuss with the Caltrans regional representative. So I just want to know if you foresee that we're going to have some of the same kinds of issues. I think Oak Valley was also an issue with Southern California Edison, which was really the reason it took so long. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so you're correct on both fronts. So it anticipated that the power that is existing within the cabinets that we have will be sufficient for the addition of just an additional signal head. So that's relatively low power. One of the issues obviously we saw with Oak Valley was there was no signals in the first place, so we had to bring power there. So we had some challenges with Edison. We also had some challenges with Caltrans regarding accessibility and some pedestrian ramps. This project will entail neither of those, but we certainly understand the need to be proactive in identifying these issues ahead of time to the best we can.
Okay, and I heard that on the 6th Street in Beaumont, you had a timeline that you laid out. I don't know that I heard a timeline on 1st and 79, obviously assuming that you have the poles, but do you have a timeline on that and I just missed it?
No, as soon as we get final approval from Caltrans, we'll get those out to bid. Ideally, we would have those bid around the same time. As of now, we are intending to bid those as separate projects. should they go coincident, there may be a benefit or a savings in trying to bid those together and being able to gauge, one, the other, or both at the same time, depending on what those costs look like.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Motions? It's a receive and file, so I'll move that we receive and file the traffic signal update for the First Street and Highway 79 intersection and the Sixth Street and Beaumont Avenue intersection project.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 12, capital improvement drainage projects update. Mr. Hart.
Yeah, thank you. Just another brief update. This is on the capital improvement drainage projects. We have two that are currently in the CIP. The first is the Line 2 Stage 1 project, which is primarily within Pennsylvania. It's portions of 6th Street as well as portions of 1st Street. This project remains in the research and feasibility phase. One of the challenges that is being addressed by staff and the consultant is there's limited capacity in the downstream facilities, meaning that the drainage improvements proposed to where outlets will control how much we can discharge to there. So this is the natural or channel that runs through Seneca Springs. It was identified that the flows that were anticipated by flood control in their master planning would be able to be addressed and handled by the downstream facilities. So we are currently discussing and looking at potential sites for detention basins in order to mitigate those incremental flows and receive the benefit of this master line drainage project. One of the things that has been discussed is potential reallocation from the Line 2 Stage 2 project to put into this project in order to construct these necessary facilities. As these potential sites and funding progress, we would bring an item back to council for direction on potential facility site locations. The second project is the Cherry Channel Drainage Project, and this is a project that is looking at lining the Cherry Channel from Oak Valley Parkway to Cougar. This is a natural channel. It's a man-made natural channel that was built as part of the Sundance project. It is highly maintenance-intensive cost. It is significantly grown with vegetation, and it has certainly limited the capacity of the channel itself. We are in the process of getting a geotechnical engineer on board to provide some recommendations on how to accomplish this best. And upon those, the analysis and the report that is provided, which would be expected around 4 to 6 weeks, we will incorporate that into an RFP to potential consultants for the design and construction and lining of this channel. This is also a receive and file, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments from council? Mr. Lara.
Yeah, Mr. Hart, on this, I thought that we were running the drainage consistent with, was going to be a part of the Pennsylvania widening project, but can you please explain and clarify for me on that?
So this master plan drainage project is not part. It was at least as a genesis, a separate project. Certainly, the Pennsylvania widening project will have drainage features that will address many of the local nuisance drainage problems you see, primarily where you have the crossings on the south side of the rail or the south side of the 10, kind of in between there and the rail. There are a few culverts that need to be constructed. Is one of the reasons that we've been somewhat delayed in the Pennsylvania widening project. Is there some environmental compliance and regulatory permits that are needed? But the master drainage project has since its genesis been behind and lagged behind that.
So they'll act independently and one will affect the progress of the other, correct?
Yes, they will. And the ultimate alignment has not been determined. So there are some that put it within Pennsylvania. There's been discussions about adjacent to, but that has not yet been determined. But they are independent. Now, certainly, they impact each other, but they are independent projects.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? I will take a motion to receive and file on this.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the capital improvement drainage project update.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item 13, Community Development Department update. Staff report is from Christina Taylor, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening, just a brief update on some of the many items we have going in the Community Development Department. The first two items in your staff report go together, the housing element update and the zoning code updates. The draft housing element is underway and is resubmitted to the state of California, who has had, unfortunately, about a 4 or 5 month delay in reviewing these documents because everybody's on the same cycle. So everybody's submitting their documents at the same time. We anticipate that the housing element will be before Planning Commission starting sometime in April 22nd. Starting sometime in April of this year, and then we'll move on to you all at City Council for the update and approval. Following that, in part, will be the zoning code updates. Some of those, which are for consistency purposes, will come with the housing element. And then we have a few items that will follow once the housing element update is approved. We'll bring forth some of the items such as the accessory dwelling unit ordinance and the objective design guidelines. Look into that in late spring and early summer. The Regional Housing Needs Assessment, known as RHNA, requires the state requires a progress report be submitted to them each year by April 1st. Staff is currently compiling all of the information from 2020, and this pertains to residential permits. So permits issued, permits finals, what income eligibility level they go with, and if we had a loss of any residential units. And that will be compiled and be presented to council in March for your concurrence and approval for staff to submit to the state by the April 1st deadline. Moving on to some of the items that council has directed staff to work on. We have the food truck item, which we discussed in December, and staff has basically concluded the research and is preparing the recommendations, and we anticipate to have that presentation for you in February City Council at one of the meetings there. Along with that will be special events and temporary uses. Staff has been working, planning staff has been working with other department staff to pull together some recommendations on revising and improving our processes, and we hope to have that before council in March. The sign code is something that's been ongoing, not just with political signs, but some general sign standards and sign program standard updates. We're working with the city clerk's office as well as the city attorney's office on refining these standards, and I anticipate that we will have something to council in March of this year. And lastly, for council directed items, the design guidelines and standards have been discussed over the last couple months. We are currently compiling the guidelines that are in place in both the general plan as well as any of the standards that we have in the zoning code. We intend to focus this discussion into 3 distinct categories to help council and the community focus on what needs to be looked at. We'll break this into looking at just the downtown specifically, since we have the downtown area plan. And then we'll look at non-residential uses throughout the city, and then other residential uses throughout the city. We will start with these presentations in March with the downtown, and then proceed accordingly. And then we have a few notable developer-initiated projects in the city right now. We have the Summit Station specific plan, which is at the site formerly known as the Sunny Cow specific plan, or the Chicken Ranch property, sometimes what it's referred to. Staff has been working with the project applicant. There's an EIR that is being prepared and reviewed, and a new specific plan is being prepared. Staff meets with these applicants biweekly via Zoom, and we anticipate that the project will be presented for public hearings sometime in the summer, aiming for July or August of this year. We have the Beaumont Point specific plan, which is located on the very southwest end of town. This project will entail an annexation as well as a new specific plan and an EIR, along with several other entitlement applications that would be required. And this will be a commercial and industrial specific plan. This site has significant environmental constraints. I'm anticipating at the soonest we would see something on this at the very end of this year, but it could very well carry on into 2023 as the applicant is having to work directly with Caltrans as well as with the various wildlife agencies for the number of issues out on that site. And then lastly, we have the Potrero Logistics Center. This project was filed last year, and it has a small piece of property that will need to be annexed into the city. It is at Potrero and the 60. It's an industrial warehouse, and it has an EIR with it. The EIR is currently published and is available for review by the public. It's on the city's website as well as at the State of California Clearinghouse. We held a scoping meeting for this back in June, and the review period for the draft EIR is concluding January 28th, and we anticipate having this at Planning Commission in either February or March, depending on the number of comments we received during the review period. One other project that I can note for you is the northwest corner of Beaumont Avenue and Oak Valley Parkway. This project is referred to as Beaumont Village, and it is a proposed retail commercial center. Staff is working with the applicants. There are some site constraints, and the applicant is currently revising the site plan, and we've spoken with him actually end of last week and anticipate to have a revised site plan submitted to the planning department this week. But at this time, we don't have an official timeline or anything for approval of this project. Other items of note are included in your staff report. There are a number of statistics about planning applications process, code enforcement cases, and inspections and plan checks performed by our fire safety specialist. And with that, this is a receive and file, but I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Thank you. Before we check for public comments, Mr. Pinkney, on one of these projects, I will be, I live too close. It's the notable developer, it's the Summit Station specific plan, I believe. And this is just a receive and file. This is one item of many on this receive and file. What are your recommendations as far as my recusing myself on this?
So do you live within 500 feet?
But I think we measured it was about 504 feet. So for abundance of caution, I will recuse myself on any discussions on this project.
Okay, well, this is just a report. It's not taking action to approve anything. It's just an informational item at this
Okay.
point.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comments, Nicole?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
And questions or comments from council?
If we're going to discuss that project, the one that you live within a little bit more than 500 feet, you should recuse yourself from that discussion.
Okay, okay,
Just one comment.
okay.
Ms. Taylor, I just want to let you know how much I appreciate the update. Kind of lets us know what's coming, where you're at with the projects, and specifically in regards to the agenda items that council has brought up. So I just want to say thank you for that. I appreciate that. And again, I also appreciate the update on these larger projects and where they're moving through, because we from time to time, we will get contacted on those just for questions and thoughts. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Good? And Mr. Santos, you okay?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I agree. I appreciate the update. I do, when I first came to Beaumont, there was a page on our website that says, it was something like, what's going there, what's building there, what's happening there. I think it would be a good idea to revisit something like that, because we do have so many projects that we're working on. And it would help as much as possible, I think, to sort of the same kind of information you're giving us here would be helpful to point citizens to, and I think get people a little more excited and maybe concerned on some of the projects. But I think having that front and center on our website might be a good idea, if that's something you think might be a good idea. Other than that, I'll take a motion to receive and file.
I don't think you need a motion on this particular item. This was just a informational item.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is item 14, adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept the offer of dedication for park purposes and approve a park dedication agreement between the city of Beaumont and SDC Fairway Canyon LLC for Mickelson Park, parcel number 413-801-012. And this is Jennifer Eustachian.
I'll take it, Jennifer. I think it's supposed to be mine.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor and City Council, thank you this evening. We are hoping to adopt a resolution that would authorize our city manager to allow us to accept this offer of dedication for Mickelson Park. Mickelson Park is the newest park here in the city of Beaumont, just over 6.5 acres. It's located in Fairway Canyon, just west of Tuckwit Canyon on Mickelson Drive. And it is a beautiful park. It consists of a new restroom facility, also a beautiful playground, has a really fun zip line on it. It's got a pavilion where people can have parties under and sit under the shade, and also a really nice multi-use sports field over there, a nice walking path. It has been maintained for the last year per their agreement by the developer, and they have now come to the point where they want us to take over those maintenance responsibilities. The construction was completed back in June of 2020. And in June of 2021, we met with the staff at the site, and there was a few punch list items that we wanted the developer to adjust and to take care of. And they have taken care of all of those items. And at this time, they are all resolved. And part of that, they also did a playground safety inspection. We have that on file as well. So all things seem to be in order over there. The final step in this acceptance process is to execute a park dedication agreement. And with that, I'll have the notarized grant deeds and all the things that are required for us to turn that into the county to accept that. During this process, there was one issue that came up, and we wanted to bring that to your attention. And in this process, we realized that in the CCNRs, that this specific lot 149 or APN 413-801-12 is not exempt in the CCNRs from the monthly assessments or from the ability of the HOA to assess fines regarding the maintenance or landscaping of these violations. And so when this was brought to our attention, we brought it to the developer's attention, and we asked them if they could possibly amend or change their CCNRs. And we found out a little bit about that process and what it would take. And the developer let us know that the likelihood of them being able to have at least 50%, which is the requirement, that we'd have to have 50% participation from the homeowners in that vote in order to amend those CCNRs, the process, that probably would not happen. And so we talked for a little bit. They did give us the current board did sign a letter and they got it notarized saying that they would have no intention of assessing those monthly fees. They understand that oversight was something that happened and that wasn't their intention, and that they didn't want to do that. It is something that we included in the staff report. It is a non-binding notarized letter, but we have had those discussions with them. At this time, staff is recommending that we do accept the park so that we can begin maintaining the park and continue to maintain it after their 1-year requirement at this time. So our required action is to waive that full reading and adopt by title only that resolution. authorizing our city manager to accept the offers of dedication for park purposes. And then we would record the certificate of acceptance with the county and authorize the park dedication agreement between the city of Beaumont and SDC Fairway Canyon for Mickelson Park. If you have any questions, I can answer those at this time.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, any comments, questions from council? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and make a motion for the adoption of a resolution authorizing city manager to accept the offer of dedication for park purposes and approve a park dedication agreement between the city of Beaumont and SDC Fairway Canyon LLC for Mickelson Park, parcel number 413-801-012.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 15, homeless outreach approach for Beaumont. Staff report, Chief DeLeese.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Prepared this staff report. A lot of information in it. I'd like to go through most of it with you. I think the community has a really strong interest in our approach with the homeless. As you know, most encounters with law enforcement, it's not a net zero business, meaning a lot of the population here is very endeared to the homeless. They bring them food, they bring them tents, they bring them other things, whatever they think they need, and then another part of our population wants us, the police department, just to remove them. Of course, we know that they have a constitutional right for care and self-feeding and shared food and those things, but we'll work through this. And so, as the people are aware, homelessness exists in every community across the nation. Of course, in Riverside County, those numbers are north of 1,600 now. At any given day, Beaumont can experience in the area of about 20. It could fluctuate a couple, depending on our weather elements. Right now, of course, it's cold. It hasn't been extremely cold this winter. We won't know the current count until about April. We'll be participating in the point-in-time count soon, and then we'll have those numbers later this year. Of course, many of the homeless suffer from many conditions, but mental health seems to be prevalent based on a number of issues. Many of it was from substance abuse, drugs or alcohol. They get into a cycle of following their prescribed medication plans. They start feeling well, they stop taking the medications, and so they have many different episodes of mental health or behavioral issues. The police department had recognized that this was a great concern of the community many years ago, and we created, in sort of a patchwork of different sworn members, a homeless outreach program. Previously, we didn't have a dedicated personnel to this program. We'd used the MET team, we used patrol, we used the business liaison officer, but their programming was specific to what they needed to handle, and we needed somebody specifically for the homeless. We participate in Riverside County's Continuum of Care network. The COC consists of a private and county-wide public sector homeless service providers. One of those specifically would be the Path of Life Ministries, it being a nonprofit group that we partner with. So the homeless outreach team, they're tasked with identifying homeless individuals throughout the city of Beaumont to help coordinate the delivery of resources available to homeless individuals. This isn't just in Beaumont, though. We coordinate this approach throughout the Pass area. We focus on those most at risk, and that includes our homeless veterans. We seek first if there's homeless children or homeless mothers with children. And then Of course, there's more shelter space available to women or children or women with children than there are men. Secondly, then we focus on our veterans because they gave so much for us. We work diligently to get them connected back into those programs. And we've been successful with that with our VA. We partner with the Riverside County's Department of Public Social Services, DPSS, and Department of Public Health, and other various public safety partners, including the Banning Police Department and the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. What we want to do is work with individuals that are going to come into contact with the criminal justice system, intercede early, and try to prevent this revolving door. As we mentioned with the fireworks, quality of life crimes are very difficult to prosecute, and sometimes prosecution isn't the best answer in all these cases, and at other times it works well. And so again, beginning in 2017, we patched this together with our multiple enforcement team, our COPS teams, patrol. We identified a grant that we used for gang prevention and the other part for homeless intervention. We've been successful in using that grant for overtime needs and to field officers to intervene with the homeless. One of the things that we do with the homeless is we want to help connect them to resources because we want to also prevent them from becoming victims. It's really easy to victimize a homeless person because they may not seek intervention from law enforcement because of their mistrust of law enforcement in the homeless community. And we understand that. So we have to make inroads into that community. And that's why it's best to have a dedicated officer instead of a patchwork of different officers. So you have a strength in the relationships. Okay, as I mentioned, the mental health concerns, we took this grant funding and we had trained all of our trainers, our supervisors, most of our officers. Of course, we continuously are hiring. So we're behind on some of these officers in patrol, but we've sent them all to crisis intervention training. We want the officers to know the best they can in the short amount of time that they have to assess a situation if a person is experiencing a crisis, and then how to intervene, how to de-escalate, how to not, I would say, ratchet up the situation by shouting or their physical movements. Our goal in that is to de-escalate the situation with that person and then mitigate any potential uses of force. Our second goal in this, again, is you have to have a strategy and a plan to deal with the homeless strategically. Now that we have this dedicated person, this officer, it's Officer Yasmin Garcia, who we've selected. She comes to us from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department with 4 years' experience, and she had already started taking on some of these responsibilities on her own in patrol. So it was a natural fit to just move her into this position full-time. Again, we talked about as we develop a strategy, we need to get buy-in from other stakeholders, our business community, our chamber, our other government public safety partners. If we're dealing with the homeless in the same fashion, in the same manner, then what we don't want to do is just push homeless back and forth between geographical boundaries. We want to try to resolve it the best we can. And so I mentioned the point in time count. We're working on the planning currently. 2021, the homeless count was 16. Each homeless person is offered resources including housing, drug, alcohol, rehabilitation, and vocational training. None of these resources were accepted at that time. It's also a unique year as we're trying to separate and differentiate between CARES Act housing and homeless housing and those things. So working through that should get a really clear picture for this year. All right, one of the more exciting aspects of this was I had the opportunity to partner with the Sheriff's Department, the Department of Public Health, and a couple other chiefs throughout our county to be the lead in really establishing what I think is a cutting-edge program for this region, which was to partner police officers with public health experts. And so at no cost to this city, the Riverside County Department of Public Health assigned a full-time mental health clinician to the Pass area. And so we share that resource with the City of Banning Police Department and the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. And so we created a schedule that rotates. And what we call this is the CBAT, or Community Behavioral Assessment Team. Okay, so this team's primary mission is crisis intervention. So if somebody is experiencing a mental health crisis, and I've mentioned this before, picture that if you have, let's say, a 25-year-old son at home who has some serious mental health issues, the best people trained to deal with this family member is the family. And they're usually probably really good at calming them down, getting them to take their medicine, defusing the situation. But when they have lost all hope, they call us. And so the Beaumont Police Department responds. We've never met this person. We don't know their condition. We don't know the family. And their hope is somehow this police officer can intervene in this person's life who they've never met, who's actually, experiencing probably their worst episode, and somehow de-escalate and diffuse that situation without really any specialized training. It's not a good recipe. It's a problem that society has passed on to the police department, right? So when you can't give it to anybody, you give it to your patrol officer, and it's not ideal. And so what we want to do is put that mental health clinician, it's 40 hours a week, it's one for now. And so we put that person with the Beaumont police officer one day, maybe two. It rotates through as the week progresses. So let's say this week, 2 times with Beaumont PD, the next day sheriff, the next day Banning, but the next week, a different agency would get 2. But it doesn't really matter, because the partnership we established with the sheriff and Banning is the Beaumont officer will go into their community with that mental health clinician and respond to that call for service and relieve, let's say, the Banning officer. They'll stay there, but the mental health clinician will intervene in that call. So the boundaries, we're removing the boundaries between Beaumont Banning and the Sheriff's Department with this mental health clinician. Same as if that day the mental health clinician's riding with the Banning officer, they will come into Beaumont on a crisis episode type call. Okay? And then, so that's their first responsibility. The second responsibility of the mental health clinician and the CBAT team is to follow up on referrals. So let's say night shift patrol deals with somebody and they've got some mental health issues. It doesn't rise to a 5150 hold, but the patrol officer's like, hey, this person really needs resources and connected, and it's well outside my expertise as a patrolman. The next day they'll get the referral and they'll go out and deal with those folks. And then finally, the third tier of the CBAT is the homeless. So, because we know they suffer from mental health episodes, but they may not be creating a critical call for service at that time. That's why it's a tier 3, if that makes sense, because we really want them available for tier 1. Right? Covered this. I put a list in here of our different outreach performance goals, the task. You'll see many bulletin points in there. I'll spare you, but we'll highlight the fact that a couple of them. One, I talked about the Veterans Administration. We have our partnership with the Sheriff's Department's corrections. So when they release somebody and we know that they're already going to have homeless issues or mental health issues, we can already connect with them. Project Reunite is we identify a homeless individual, they want to get back to their family, let's say in Louisiana. We make contact with that family member, they say, yes, we will receive them. We could get them on a bus, a Greyhound bus or a train at no cost to them. And so that's actually worked with an out-of-state young female person as well. We got her off the streets here in Beaumont. The other part is, yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, you have a homeless individual that is breaking the law. Won't take services, alcohol treatment. They're maybe aggressively panhandling. They're vandalizing. They're making business difficult on our business community. Then we'll take a zero tolerance approach, cite where possible. It's the carrot and the stick, right? At some point, you have to come with the stick and say, listen, if you're not going to conform to the laws and the codes of our communities, then you're going to have to go to jail. And they say, okay, I'm tired of going to jail. I keep getting arrested for taking shopping carts from Food for Less, Stater Brothers, Home Depot. How do I comply? Hey, great. Here's some resources. Let me tell you about them again. And that's the hope is, okay, now they got the carrot. And with that, our fiscal impact is the cost of our full-time police officer assigned to homeless outreach and mental health at $164,000, $696. We will come back at the next fiscal year. We've identified that the police cruiser is not working well. This individual officer will need a truck because we will help do cleanups of camp areas and other things. So the truck is going to be necessary, and plus some of the areas where they do their set up their camps, we need to be able make them accessible to a vehicle. And we don't have that vehicle currently in our inventory. And then the cost to prepare this report was $1,170. The recommended action is receive and file, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Thank you. Mr. Finn, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you. Chief, a couple questions for you.
Yep.
With this yearly count that's done, do they go into detail like a census? Hey, where are you from? Where's your family? That sort of stuff? Or is it just identifying an individual and that they're there?
Yep. So I don't think there's a where are you from. It's age, past abuse, past substance abuse, I think education level.
Do they ask nearest of kin or anything like that?
I don't think so. I don't think there's a next of kin in there or nearest.
Is that something that, with the example that we had of sending the one young girl back to her family, is that something this resource officer is able to make connections and ask individuals, and if they're willing to share that, and she keeps a record of it, and then maybe in the future, with building relationships with them and so forth, that maybe people will open up and share that information? Is that kind of a goal of this officer to do?
Yes, absolutely. So the point in time count doesn't do that, but yes, the homeless outreach officer, we do identify them. We try to get as much information as possible. Next of kin, where are they from? Those types of questions, because for a couple of reasons, like you mentioned, if we can connect them back, but also in the unfortunate experience if they're found deceased, unaccompanied, we want to do our very best to assist the coroner in reaching family as well.
Okay, and then for the local homeless that you're aware of, are they, do they originate locally, or do we have a homeless problem that's migratory? Is that clear enough of a question to even be able to answer, or is it a mix of everything?
So most of Beaumont's homeless, and I haven't looked at it specifically in probably a couple years, but what we had found over time, and I'd worked this detail myself coming up through the ranks, is the Beaumont homeless are really true to Beaumont. Our numbers, if you look at our point in time count over the years, it doesn't vary greatly. It might add one homeless each year. I think that's for a couple reasons. I think that's our weather is extreme in Beaumont. We'll go to extreme heat to extreme cold. We don't have many sheltering services. We do have feeding programs in this community. And then also, we don't have many, like Redlands has parking garages or the train station or bus stations that make the homeless gravitate towards those communities. We don't have those types of features at this time. So if you to sleep outside in Beaumont, the homeless are really weathering the elements.
Okay, thank you. And last question, I appreciate you bringing up the need for the vehicle, and that certainly makes sense because I've seen homeless encampments and so forth, kind of not in easy accessible areas. But is there anything else that you foresee that the police department needs, or a particular problem that needs to be addressed that you didn't mention? So I'm kind of digging a little bit.
Yeah, the vehicle seems to be the big need right now. We're going to continue to train our new hires, all of our officers on crisis intervention training. That's funded, fortunately. I have the funding for the training. And then it'll be just as our officer works with other homeless teams and learns best practices, we'll just have to reevaluate. I know a couple of weeks ago she rode with the Temecula Murrieta team. They've been partnering for some time now. So I expect her to bring back best practices to us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, a couple of comments and a couple of questions, Chief. So first of all, I want to commend the PD for really working a lot behind the scenes to accomplish quite a bit for really a statewide crisis. So I appreciate that and all the work you do and the force. And I always appreciate the officer training being an ongoing component of your outreach. So I appreciate that as well. A couple quick questions. On the homeless outreach team, define that once again as the difference is there's an officer that's dedicated, and then who's the team that comprises that?
So the team is a partnership with the Banning Police Department. That chief has also dedicated a police officer full-time to homeless and CBAT. We're working, Calamasa has actually increased their deputy presence, and they've added a personnel who, I think like some of ours, they wear multiple hats, but they have a corporal deputy in Calamasa that's taking on some of these duties as well. So we're not going to let traditional boundaries decide how this team moves and operates.
Okay, and do we still have the business liaison officer that was dedicated to work with the businesses and so forth? And then if there were homeless issues, that was kind of their contact person. Is that still the idea?
Well, we do have the business liaison officer. So, of course, I was asking them to pull double duty, and that was possible to some extent with COVID because business had regressed. But ideally, the business community has their needs. And they're somewhat congruent, but that's Officer Loza. Officer Loza is on the same community-oriented policing and problem-solving team, the COPS team, as Officer Garcia. So if she needs help, she has the entire Beaumont Police Department behind her. And so there's that team as well. So, but Loza can slide in. Let's say Garcia's on vacation. We don't want to not service folks. So Loza will backfill. But now we've had two, so we can distinguish.
Okay, and the last question, we had the satellite office up here on 8th Street. Originally, that was going to help with the business liaison and the homeless connection. Is that office being utilized for more of the homeless outreach, or?
Yeah, so we call it the police annex, but that we have put a lot of people in there. So you have the business liaison officer, traffic, the homeless officer, and the mental health clinician. We gave her workspace, and your emergency manager. We put him in there. We of course, as you know, with this police facility, our main facility, we're at capacity, beyond capacity for all of our facilities. So I'm looking for those double-decker type cubicles.
Okay, all right, that's all. Thank you, Chief.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Mr. Lara, Mr. Santos.
I'm good. I just appreciate the detailed report, Chief, and I appreciate staff that you have working on this. I've dealt with a couple of them and always professional and good people, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Just like a quick comment, I mean, I really appreciate that. I mean, your officers really, tell you the truth, they know most of the homeless in there. Because a couple of years, I had an experience that, somebody sleeping on my office. Actually, I thought a man sleeping on my porch on my office, so I came in early morning and I saw him, so I called our office, your department. They came in and then said, "Oh, what are you doing here, Diana?" I said, "She's a lady? She's sleeping in there." So I was impressed on that, asked her and everything, what she need and everything. And I said, "Okay, I will, I'll bring you where you want to go."
Yeah.
I think he's a relative within the area. And she wants to have a rest on my porch.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that your officers came in there and then recognized her on that situation and giving her a shelter right there and there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's
We're growing, but it's still, that small town knowledge of our folks.
Very good. You take care of it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I know that this isn't the first time you've come before us and updated us on what your department's doing regarding the homeless, and I appreciate your report tonight. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to add some comments to this. I met with Council Member Mary Hamlin, and you guys all know because we talked about this last year, and you guys gave me direction that I could continue to talk to her and see what we can do to partner on a program. At that time, we mentioned the program that the Chief spoke about in Temecula, Murrieta. I think it's called the Responsible Compassionate Program. And so Mary and I have had a number of conversations. We actually had a meeting with Supervisor Hewitt and his staff, and that was a really productive meeting. We got good recommendations from the supervisor to reach out to Casey Jackson, who's the CEO of the Path of Life Ministries.
Okay.
And last week, Councilmember Hamlin and I had a Zoom meeting with her. And so I learned a lot about that. I wanted to sort of fill in some of the information that I learned in that meeting. A lot of things of what the Chief's talking about, the continuum of care, COC. There's a lot of acronyms that I just couldn't keep up with. There's HOPE, which is Riverside University's has an outreach team, and that is their focus is really the mental health issues. And there's a number of other programs. What Path of Life Ministries does is they're primarily funded from the county, and then they go out and they offer services to the areas that they work with. Their primary focus right now is the city of Riverside. They have a contract with CVAG, so they're working a little bit out in the desert. And they also have a contract with Jurupa Valley, which Jurupa Valley funds it through their CDBG funds. And so what they offer in the areas that they work with is they offer to shelter adults, and as you pointed out, it's harder to find shelters for adults than it is for families. They have family shelters. They get HUD funding. They work with a group called I-10 Families, which is finding housing first for families. They also have the outreach team we already spoke about. she was really excited that we were talking about trying to bring something, a coordinated effort between at least Beaumont and Banning and maybe the pass as a whole. She talked about they work with county emergency housing vouchers, COVID funding, CDBG funding, as I told you already. And so what our next step was going to be, or is going to be, is to have a stakeholders, you mentioned stakeholder meeting. And what we want to do is to have a stakeholder meeting. Casey Jackson with Path of Life, she and two of her staff members, we're going to invite them. Marcus Cameron, who's with HOPE, which is the Focus on Mental Health group from the university, or from Riverside, Riverside University Health Services. And we're going to bring him and a couple of his staff members. We would like the Beaumont and Banning PD to be represented, preferably by the chief as well as Officer Garcia for us and their counterpart in Banning. Sheriff's Office and their mental health clinician. We also want to bring together the nonprofit groups in the past that are already here and coordinate with them. And those are people like Carol's Kitchen and some of the other, I don't have all the groups written down here. So the reason I bring all of this up, also we'd like to have the city managers attend, as well as Boomer, Supervisor Hewitt's chief of staff is going to show up. We want to invite both the chamber presidents, Mr. Ibarra and Betty Rader. Oh, it was Table of Plenty, and also we want to see if Morongo would like to be involved. What I'd like to do is to create an ad hoc committee of 2 council members and have that ad hoc committee represent the rest of the council in this stakeholder meeting. And I've already spoken to Mr. Martinez, and I'd like to establish that ad hoc committee on homelessness for myself and Mr. Martinez. And right now we are working on inviting all of the different groups and coming up with a location as well as a date. So I will bring that back to you guys and report on that when I get more information on that. But I think it's important. One thing I did learn in the meeting very early on was not to reference our point in time count, because the comment most people have is we only have 16 homeless people here in Beaumont, and that is not always an accurate count because you can't reach everyone. And but regardless of where we are now, it's not going to get better. And we need to have a coordinated effort because, as you mentioned, you can't just stop at geographical borders. Right. The two cities have to work together. We'll reach out to Calamasa to see if they have an interest. But right now, I know that this is something Banning's. They're going in a whole different direction than I would want Beaumont to go. Right. But I think that we can learn from each other. And we've already talked about the campaign against panhandling, things like that. So I think we already have common areas we can start to work on. So I'm again, thank you for what you guys do. And I hope that we can build upon that and sort of memorialize this into some kind of coordinated effort with the rest of the members of the past. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I think you just need to receive and file.
So I'll move that we receive and file this.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 16, request City Council to approve the memorandum of understanding between the City of Beaumont and managers professional technical as individual staff report. Carrie Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. You have a brief staff report in front of you in regards to the memorandum of understanding that's been negotiated with the majority of the parties in that particular unit. The terms and conditions outlined are some of the same that the Police Officers Association and the other units are considering. The concept that is trying to be negotiated citywide. The term is a 4.5-year term. There's salary market adjustments based on the compensation study conducted. There's cost of livings built in 2023 and 2025. Some lump sums if the city performs better financially. Step increases have been reduced by 50%, and administrative leave annually has been added to this group, as the majority of these folks are salaried individuals. The impact to this budget for these adjustments for this unit for the remainder of this fiscal year is approximately $166,300. I do have some minor typographical non-substantive changes just to reference for you on page 2. We no longer have a public works manager. We upgraded that position back about 6 months ago to an assistant director of public works. So I need to update that. And on page 4, we added another new position this year to wastewater. It's the environmental compliance manager, and he does need a boot allowance. So I need to allow him to be added. So with those changes, as discussed, I will be happy to answer any questions you have in regards to the terms of the agreement.
We have any public comments on this issue?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. Questions or comments from council? I guess we're good on this. So I need a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the City of Beaumont and managers professional, technical, as individuals, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement.
I'll second that. And Carrie, I did have one question.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you had to make those additions. Are those additional listings on this memorandum doesn't change the dollar amount that you're talking about?
No,
correct? Okay.
no, like I said, that was just editing the title on page 2 of one of our positions and adding one, it's an annual boot allowance of $100. So I guess technically it adds $50 to the dollar amount
Okay, great.
for the remainder of the fiscal year. If you look at half that, yes.
All right, thank you.
Actually, no, it doesn't because he already gets it. So scratch that. I apologize.
Okay.
It's late.
So may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item
Thank you.
17, approve the draft request for proposal for landscape architecture and engineering design services and construction documents for Stewart Park Improvement Project. And we have a staff report from Assistant City Manager Christine Day.
Actually, I think we've got Dustin Christensen making the presentation.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wasn't really prepared for that, but
Good evening.
Dustin
Yeah, I
is
can-
here for you.
I will take it. Thank you, Christine. Good evening, Mayor, Council. It'll be my pleasure to present this. My name is Dustin Christensen. I am Principal Engineer, Public Works. This is in follow-up. Previously, the council requested a more thorough and detailed approach to the design and planning of the Stewart Park project. And so we've come today with an RFP that is attached that we would like to utilize the services of a landscape architecture and design engineering service to assist us in putting together kind of a more robust planning and design approach to the park. Now, if you look at the RFP, just briefly, we know that there's many aspects to the design of the park, including what we've talked about already, the splash pad, gaga ball courts, improved site facilities, a new band shell, barbecues and picnic pavilions and those types of things. And so what we've included in this RFP, first of all, there's several planning items that are included in the RFP. One important one being the hydrological assessment, given that the park does need a thorough hydrological assessment for what we're planning to do there, as well as completion of environmental documentation. That's the CEQA requirements that we need to meet, preliminary title reports and boundary surveys, coordination with utilities, including Edison for the upgraded facilities, architectural renderings, and then design and construction estimates. So with that, There's going to be a thorough design aspect to this as well, with complete construction documentation. So that'll be specifications and design plans that will include grading plans, drainage plans, erosion control plans, architectural plans, landscape plans, lighting improvement plans, and everything associated with what we plan to do there. So taking this approach, we have put together this RFP that is attached, and we hope to bid the RFP, to advertise the RFP, and then after the RFP comes back, we will have prices and a selection of a consultant, an architectural design consultant. And at that point, we would come back to the city council with our selection and with those prices, as well as the schedule to go from there. So we would ask that we are approved to move forward with advertisement of the RFP. And I am here to address any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dustin.
you.
And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, any comments or questions from council? Mr. Lara.
Thank you for the report. I appreciate that. I was looking through it, Dustin, and I didn't see specifically where barbecues were mentioned. I see where they mentioned, the patio cover or the pavilion. Is barbecue going to be assumed to be a part of that?
Yes, and that's a great question. And what we can do is probably, it's probably a good idea to specify that particular in there, and we can make an addition before this is advertised to specify barbecues as part of those pavilions.
Okay. And I think what I would like to see, and obviously we need a consensus from council, but at this point, because of the delays, I would like to see some potential or an option for citizen involvement to have them maybe look at some of the amenities that we're offering. For example, I know that there's Gaga Ball. Is that something that the citizens want, or would the pickleball be better? So maybe some input from the citizens of Beaumont on this park would be something that we could work into the RFP if council's in agreement with that. The other thing too is we had talked about a street fair location. I would think it'd be up and around where 10th Street is going to be removed. I did not see that identified in the RFP. So, and again, obviously with council's consensus, maybe we could look at having something like that where they would have utility connections for their canopies or whatnot, or just to make sure we provided enough, I guess, infrastructure for type of a street fair area. That could also obviously be used for the Cherry Festival if needed. Let's see, and then I guess the last thing, and that's going to be probably discussion for later, but obviously we're going to need an adjustment to the CIP potentially for additional funding. And I didn't think CEQA would be required if the park was already used. We're not changing the use of the park. So I wasn't sure why we would have CEQA.
We left that in there. It may be just as much as a negative declaration, and just to go through that process to make
Okay.
sure that it's final.
Okay. And that's all I have. Thanks, Dustin.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, I didn't see the inclusion of the basketball courts either. Is that somewhere I missed as well?
Yeah.
Councilmember Martinez, those are existing and the original site plan didn't plan to move those.
Okay, that's,
And so we would anticipate leaving those the same, and for a budgetary purpose, if you would like us to include them and look at a different location, we could certainly do that.
no, that was my second question, is how much is it written to try to keep it existed as what we have to minimize cost? And I think you just answered that, so that is a
Yes.
part of okay, that's a part of the intention. And my only other concern, of course, is the timing as we get closer to the Cherry Festival, with the time of either construction or closure for preparation for construction and so forth. So I assume that the city will be talking with the Cherry Festival and kind of keeping that coordination going on at some point.
Yes, we've had several meetings with the Cherry Festival, and so they've got full access to the park. I mean, things like taking down the fences that are on the perimeter that were, part of the concept, we're leaving in place at least through this next Cherry Festival.
Okay, and
and look at some things like that. So,
that's what I was going to ask. It would be better to probably wait until that goes through before we start major, construction and so forth. Okay, so as long as there's communication, I'm good with that, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I want to add on to what Mr. Lara brought up, which is providing citizen input. I think it's important that we do work closely with the Cherry Festival group so that they're not as surprised as they were this time around when we first started having our discussion. So I think to get some input from them, I think we did a lot of work to help them understand that we wanted to make sure that this year's Cherry Festival goes off without a hitch. But at the same time, we want to make the park accommodating for future festivals. So I just wanted to add to Mr. Lara's suggestion and specifically that we reach out to the Cherry Festival organizers for that. Any other questions?
Well, I do, Mayor, have a
Okay.
follow-up then.
Go ahead, Mr.
So with that inclusion then, Mr. Christensen, do you see a significant change to the timeline if we do have to incorporate input from the community? Or Ms. Day?
To the timeline of the design, there may be, if we're going out to the community, there would likely be some additional time input into the design. The RFP advertisement, it won't change the timeline, but when we get to the design stages, there'll be a little bit of change, yes.
Does the council have a specific envision for what they would like that to look like? Are they just looking for a couple of public meetings and maybe also meeting with the Cherry Festival? Or did you want to name a committee as a subcommittee that this is ran through?
I personally have the same concerns that Mr. Martinez has, which is that I don't want this to lengthen it. I just know that when we did this the first time around, we didn't really, according to the folks with the Cherry Festival, we didn't really reach out to them and make sure that they were aware of what direction we were going. So I'm not looking for, I let Mr. Lara speak to this as well, but I'm not looking for public scoping meetings, things like that. I just think that we need to get input from the public, and that with the Cherry Festival, because the park is so important to their success, that we at least bring them along during the discussion part of it.
Yeah, Mayor, I agree, contacting the Cherry Festival folks, but I don't want to drag this project down or drag it out. So I don't think we need a subcommittee of any kind, but to see what we can do to get kind of input from them, if that's even possible at this point.
Input from just the public in general, or?
Yes, public in general.
Okay. Yeah, let us talk to the consultant once we select one, and we can bring back some concept ideas and timelines associated with that. And I don't think it won't change the timeline of us bringing you back. This will have to come back in front of council in order to award to a consultant. And so that timeline shouldn't change. Dustin should be able to make these revisions and will be on the same timeline that was presented in your staff report. And then once we select a consultant, we'll get a much better idea of the timeline. That's something that they'll have to produce as part of consideration for the contract.
Okay.
I think we had a lot of success in the past with the online surveys, especially for general plan and some of those other issues.
Well,
Mr. Pardon, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I think because the consultant's going to need to know what to scope on public input. So, and it may be we want to have a visual preference survey. It may be that we want to have 2 town hall style meetings, because they'll need to do one, which will be kind of like a preliminary scoping or reaction, and then a follow-up to present back to the community on what that input's been, how it's been implemented into the park. So I think there's some things like that that'll be critical because that'll hit their timing. It'll also hit, dollars in terms of what they need to program into their proposal back to the city. So the best approach that we had with the general plan update on public input was the online survey. So those, we would have between 500 to 800 respondents versus the on-site ones, which we would have. I think our committee and staff outnumbered the citizens that showed up for those. So maybe some things like that, or I think we just need to give them some direction in terms of what type of input so they can better figure out how to program that for us.
I definitely think the online survey could be what we need.
That'll be better, yeah.
Yeah.
And add that into the RFP as part of the process.
Okay. And so you envision doing that early in the conceptual phase of this, right?
Yes.
So, okay. So a preliminary, exculpatory, online survey approach with some sort of follow-up.
Right, and the one that, I think it was for the general plan where we showed them different pictures and said, what are you envisioning this or this, that kind of stuff?
And then we need to specify that you're probably going to want to see 2 presentations to council in that process then too. Because you want to see kind of the preliminary, they're going to want to get some direction from you and then come back with a final. So that they can then confirm the conceptual plan and then go into the detailed drawings.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
So we've had discussion and you have your direction, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And just in follow-up, and Todd, based on what you were explaining, task 5, preliminary design, if you look at the RFP, would be the opportunity for us to provide some of those additional presentations to council as needed, as well as, and then the surveys would be up front in front of that. So we can make those additions to the RFP.
All right, thank you, Dustin. All right, we'll now move on to, we already did item 18. We'll move on to item 19, discussion and direction to the staff regarding updates to the City of Beaumont Development Impact Fee Program. And we have a special guest star to present this report. And that would be me. So, hold on one second here. Okay, so this is a discussion and direction on updates to the City of Beaumont Development Impact Fee. And I'll put this out in front right away because the last time we did this, there was a lot of misunderstanding. This is not an increase in taxes or property taxes of any sort. It's keeping our development fees at a level that is covering our cost. And these fees are supposed to be updated, I think, on a regular basis of up to 5 years. Last time we did it was 2017. And before that, we hadn't done it in many, many years, so there was a significant upgrade, an update. So the reason I'm bringing this up and reporting on it, and the first 4 paragraphs basically gives a history of the DIF program and why we need to adjust them annually based on the prior year inflation. And since we are entering our 5th year, it's time for the City Council to consider conducting new Nexus studies and adopting a revised program. One major area of concern throughout the community is the existing level of traffic and the need for the city to initiate proactive measures to mitigate traffic impacts borne by new development. Future traffic impacts will result directly from the types and intensities of the development that actually occurs, and it will be important for the new updated Nexus study to consider current trends, market conditions, and city plans and policies. Beaumont is expected to see continued growth in its single-family and retail sectors. However, the city should also expect to see continued interest in certain industrial sectors, primarily in logistics and distribution centers. And I think one reason I wanted to take this on is because this is a topic that no one wants to talk about, but it has created so many issues for us in the past, and it will in the future. So one of the things that the report talks about is in response to the World Logistics Center lawsuit with the county, the settlement agreement had determined that the county could initiate a logistics fee, a mitigation fee. And so the county went out and did a logistics center mitigation fee study back in and reported to RCTC in 2019. This study was prepared as a result of the litigation initiated by the county with the World Logistics Center in Moreno Valley. So the Nexus study is attached to this. I don't know whether or not we need to do, we can piggyback on that Nexus study, but I think one of the items that recommended action is that we are going to need to do a Nexus study for all of our development impact fees. So I would assume we can take this on. And the settlement agreement with the county and the World Logistics Center was that the county could establish a litigation fee, and their Nexus study came out and determined that that litigation fee should be 50 cents per square foot. However, in order for that to be a countywide, at least 75% of the cities within a supervisory district would have to have I think it would have had to approval of at least 75% of the cities within a supervisor district would have had to have occurred in order for that square foot fee to be implemented. If the county did not do it, then cities were allowed to do that and take that role on their own. And I've brought this up in the past at least a few times, and I think it's important that we do that. And so that's why I wanted to bring that here. But I want to take this opportunity to go a little bit further. I know people don't want to hear this, but we are at a prime location for logistics and distribution centers. It's something that this council, I believe, is very proactive and will continue to be very mindful of our community. However, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And I think with the council that we have now, we need to take the opportunity to start to look at ways to move forward with the logistics issues. One of the big issues that we're facing, and I'm sure you've all gotten emails from your friends and neighbors regarding what's happening in Banning and how that's going to impact Highland Springs and Potrero and Four Seasons and Sun Lakes. And as we know, that is a Banning project. It's not a Beaumont project. However, there are some issues that are going to come up that are going to impact the city of Beaumont. And I think we need to be proactive and start looking at where we need to have input, where we need to look out for the best interests of our community. And at the same time, I think this would be a good opportunity to take a look at what we can do to set standards and goals for moving forward in development. So the reason I brought this up is because I just know that no one else wants to bring this kind of issue up, but I think it has to be addressed. And what I'd like to do on this one as well is we do need to go through and get the recommended action of direct city staff to prepare the RFPs and the Nexus studies, and then add an item on a future council agenda. But I'd also like to establish a ad hoc committee on this one as well. And again, I'd like Mr. Martinez to be on that. And Mr. Finn, I don't know where you stand on this, but I thought that you would be a good addition. My vision for this is that it's something that we're going to lay out a future. And I think that with Mr. Martinez and you probably being the next couple mayors, that it might be a good place to have the two of you work together on this. Are you okay with that?
I'd be glad to do it. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, is there any comments or discussions on what I've brought up? Mr. Lara.
So I agree. I think that's a great idea, Mayor, looking to the future. So this diff, when we do the Nexus study, we're gonna have to look at the entire diff, or are we just looking at the commercial aspect? Because I know diff also applies to seeing the residential dwelling units as well. So is there just a specific aspect of this that we?
No, not at all. This is a review of all of our diffs.
Oh, okay.
And with also the addition of looking at the possibility of a logistics diff.
And that would be, so we'd be looking at the diff and then also looking at the potential for a separate logistics diff.
Correct.
Okay, all right. No, I think that's great. It's a great idea. You've got some good folks on the ad hoc committee, and look forward to seeing what that brings up.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Fenner. Appreciate it. All right. And so I'll take a motion on the recommended action, please.
Mayor White, can I interrupt? We have a caller on the line for
Oh,
this
you do?
item.
Okay, so let's take a public comment then.
Okay, I'll transfer him in now.
Mr. Roy, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Good evening, Council. Many constituents do not trust the traffic studies that are being provided by Warehouse and other developers that are needed in order to obtain City Council approval for their proposed projects. And one reason, the traffic studies are conducted by consulting firms hired by the project developers. For many constituents, these traffic studies are biased, as the consultants are incentivized to bring findings that will create favorable outcomes for the developers. Another reason, many of these studies use modeling and statistics from industry associations that have no bearing on the actual traffic conditions occurring in our city street system. Therefore, in order to gain constituent trust here and obtain far more accurate and relevant traffic data, the city needs to purchase and install its own traffic monitoring system using the latest traffic monitoring technology that analyzes traffic conditions as they actually occur in real time. These steps will allow the city to conduct its own impartial traffic studies, which can be used for the required project EIRs as well as city transportation planning. Therefore, please use transit funding sources such as the developer impact fees to purchase and implement these technologies in order to accurately measure the area impacts of traffic generators such as heavy big rig trucks. I would also request that the city start to report traffic findings from its monitoring system on a periodic basis, such as quarterly, and include this data for any future traffic analysis relating to a proposed warehouse or other large-scale project. It would make sense to start with high-priority areas such as Highland Springs Road and Beaumont Avenue 6th Street intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, and I appreciate your comments. And I think you and I are sort of on the same path. We're saying different things. I honestly believe that I agree with you that the traffic studies need to be as transparent as possible. I also agree, and I'm not sure that you said this, but my thought is, as I mentioned before, this council we can do what we can to maintain the direction that we want our city to go and that our community wants to go. But at the same time, we see what happened in Moreno Valley when you continue to say no and you don't find a way to mitigate what is coming, then you get stuck in a position where 40 million square feet of warehouse come into your city, and now you're fighting lawsuits and you have a developer who's going to go out and purchase a city council. My goal with this ad hoc committee was to look at issues like what you've raised and look at transportation issues. How do we monitor the traffic? How do we make sure that the EIRs match? What kind of proposals we can have to mitigate what's coming? Because as I can tell you, you look at some of the projects we already talked about today. There is a lot of open land here. We know that the vacancy rate for logistics in this area, I think, is one of the lowest in the country. And we have people from all over the country looking at moving in here. So, you know, it's something that we need to be as proactive as possible, and hopefully to set a vision and find a way to memorialize that vision so that it makes it very difficult for future elected officials to not follow what the community wants. So I appreciate your comments, and I know Mr. Martinez was taking notes, and hopefully the ad hoc committee can start diving into some of this stuff and start working on it. So again, thank you for your comments. And did we have a motion?
There was no motion yet.
Okay.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to direct city staff to begin preparing requests for proposals for the impact fee nexus studies. Direct city staff to include updates to the DIF nexus study and the DIF program in fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, and add an item on the next city council agenda to discuss updates to the city's DIF program.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 20, review of local emergency declaration established via the adoption of City of Beaumont Resolution Number 2020-07, adopted on March 17th, 2020. Staff report, Mr. Pardon.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't go into detail because I think we've presented this 30,000 times already. So it's our standard report. We've got the resolution that authorizes the declaration. It has been left in effect because the gubernatorial declaration has also remained in effect. So turn it back to council for discussion. If this is left standing, we would review this again within another 60 days. So.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, I will make a motion to, I guess you don't need a motion, right?
No, we don't. If
Okay.
council opts not to take action on this time, we will bring it back in 60 days.
All right, we'll see you in 60 days.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 21, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of December 2021.
This matter involves my law firm, and for that reason, I'm recusing myself.
Okay, and do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, I will open this for council discussion.
Mayor, if there's no discussion, I'll make a motion to approve the invoice in the amount of $135,795.98.
I'll second that.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Finn, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Just as a point of reference for the public, the invoices are mailed monthly to the council. It was emailed again and was reviewed by myself, and I'm sure the other council members had the opportunity to do so as well. And so we do that on a regular basis for public accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. And we have a motion and a second, so we need roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Legislative updates and discussion. Who do we have on board? Who's behind the curtain? Oh, it's Christina Taylor.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Brief update for you this evening. First thing I want to call your attention to, in case any of you have not been made aware, there is a proposal set forth in the Assembly, ACA 11, which is the Assembly Constitutional Amendment number 11, and it's a financing mechanism for AB 1400, which was introduced as well. And this is in regards to a single-payer healthcare system in California. ACA 11, as the financing mechanism, would set forth new business and personal income taxes. These business tax increases are expected to impact nearly every business in California. There's a 2.3% excise tax proposed on any business with an income greater than 2 million, and a new 1.25% payroll tax on all employers in the state with greater than 49 employees. So the LAO's office is anticipating that that would affect, like I said, nearly every business in the state here. There's also an additional 1% payroll tax on employees that would earn or that are earning more than $49,000. This proposal in ACA 11 would also increase the personal income tax on a sliding scale for every individual in the state who earns more than $149,500 per year. All of this information is also contained in the bill itself. I just pulled some of this to share with you this evening. The reason that these tax increases are needed, the LAO's office, the Legislative Analyst's Office, has estimated the cost of a single payer system in California will require about 200 billion new revenue dollars. Previously, it was estimated at nearly 400 billion, with the balance of the dollars coming from Medicaid and Medicare. I'm not sure what's happened from the previous estimate that cut it in half now to go from 400 billion down to 200 billion, but regardless, it's still large dollars we're talking about. Because this is a proposal that raises taxes, it must be passed by 2/3 of both chambers. So the Assembly and the Senate both must, by 2/3 of their members, approve it. It must also be approved and voted on by California voters. So in order for it to make it on the ballot for November of this year, it needs to pass the legislature by June 30th. If it passes after that, then it would go to voters in 2024. This bill was just introduced, so it does have to wait 30 days before it's sent to any committee. So I anticipate in the next 2 weeks, I was trying to look at the calendar, in the next about 2 weeks, we should hear on where this bill will go and see if there's any real traction on this. But this is fairly significant. It would affect not just the city itself and our employees, but the businesses and other business owners and people living here in the city. So with that, I will I have one more item for you guys, and then happy to take any questions. It is time for council to review the legislative priorities. So I will work with the city manager's office on emailing out our current legislative priorities for council's review, and then you guys can make adjustments, and then we can discuss at the next meeting on the updates if we want to revise or change anything in our legislative priorities. Staff is currently working with both Senator Bogue's office and Assemblymember May's office on setting up meetings for this new legislative session. We're also working with Townsend on current legislative issues. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, with regards to ACA 11, does that require more than a 51% vote by the voters?
Yes, I believe it's also a 2/3 vote by the voters because it is a tax.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, we're good to go on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Economic development update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brief update from the last meeting of the Economic Development Committee, which was last week. The committee met and discussed the downtown specific plan, different ideas on how to kickstart that program, and we envision that item to be a recurring item on most future Economic Development Committee meetings. So we look forward to the next meeting, which will be on February the 9th. And I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. I want to add that we asked them for direction, as Mr. Martinez, you had asked for sort of a plan of how to move forward so that they have direction from us. And so what we had talked about was bringing that up on the next agenda and provide some ideas for a plan of attack on this. So that should be coming back after the next EDC. All right. And at that point, if there are no other questions, we'll move on to the city treasurer report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. We had our meeting and a lot of activity took place, but I think we heard a lot of it today. First thing is we did reorganize, and Steve Cooley is now the chair. He went from vice chair up, and David Vanderpool is our vice chair. You've gotten the report on the financials, and they look good, but it's only 3 months, and I think we're well in hand at this point. You did receive the report tonight from the internal controls, and there were only 2, and both of them were kind of corrected on the spot, the deficiencies that were identified. And I felt very good about that. And the old one, that was the overhead cost allocation, we're not in violation per se. We're just doing in a way that we might benefit by actually figuring out our costs more exact. There may be more money for us. But what we're doing is by the book in that area. You also went with our recommendation, which I'm sure will please the committee, on the PARS 115 trust. We thought that was a very good thing. We had a great presentation like you did tonight, and feel that'll really help us in that pension area, which was an area you would assign the subcommittees to take a look at and make some recommendations. And lastly, we completed our assignments on our subcommittees to include the new members that we have now. 2 of our new members have been present for the meetings and participating well, and they've taken an active part in the subcommittees. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City clerk report.
Mr. Melman had some early morning obligations, so he asked me to do the report out for him.
Okay.
So the public records requests for last month, we had 7 requests and 7 were responded, and city staff spent 5.5 hours on responding.
Thank you. City attorney report.
Yes, just briefly, just to give you a report on some of the litigation matters that my office is handling. The first item is Christian Lee versus the City of Beaumont. This is a lawsuit by a former employee. It's in the discovery phase. The chief of police had his deposition taken today, and so we're continuing to prepare that case for trial. The second matter is Charles Peters, DBA Pioneer Mobile Village versus the City of Beaumont. That case is up on appeal. It was set for oral argument. As I was sitting in the meeting tonight, received a request by the plaintiff to extend or continue the hearing date for the oral argument on appeal. And if you recall, as I mentioned in the past, we prevailed at the trial court level. Mr. Peters appealed it. And so it's just, and the appellate court issued a tentative opinion in favor of the city. So we'll see whether the court continues the hearing date. Item number 3 is, or the third piece of litigation pending against the city, is Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters versus the City of Beaumont. And I'm happy to report this case is settled. We worked out a settlement with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. We have a signed settlement agreement, which is a public record, should anybody would want a copy of it. And so that item will be coming off the list. And then the last matter is the easy matter, and as I've mentioned in the past, we filed a motion to dismiss the case. We're awaiting the court's ruling on our motion in that matter. It was a 12B6 motion. So that takes us down to 3 cases that are actively pending against the city. One of those cases, as I mentioned, we prevailed at trial court level. It's up on appeal. And then let me qualify that. The Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters case, the dismissal hasn't been filed yet, but we have a signed settlement. So with the dismissal being filed, that will take it down to 3. And then we also are working on efforts to settle the Rocknian potential litigation matter. That was item 3 in closed session this evening. And we are working on efforts to settle the claim by WECA that was also discussed in closed session, and we're optimistic on both of those items. And then, and so we believe that they won't result in litigation against the city. And then the last category would be claims by the city where the city is pursuing relief from a third party. We're continuing to work on the case against Norton Rose. We have another deposition coming up of the person most qualified, or PMK deposition. And so that'll be one of our city employees that'll be testifying most likely. And we're continuing to prepare the case for trial. We also are involved in the lawsuit against AIG. That's a claim that was assigned to WRCOG, but the city's involved in it, and city witnesses play a key role in that case and will play a key role in that case. And so my office is involved in preparing for those depositions, and will be working with city staff, Mr. Parton in particular, most likely in preparing for a PMK deposition in that case. And then we're handling the appeal in the Torcal case, and then also we have the ULC lawsuit as well. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Parton, the city manager report.
Thank you. It's hard to see you guys with all this obstructive materials in the way. Mayor, I was going to say, I was very diligently counting your look-its tonight. You had 0 look-its.
Wow, look it, I'm improving.
Oh, shoot. It was almost a record. And I will call former council member and former mayor Nancy Carroll, because I believe she was going to offer each of one of you a charcuterie board and a bottle of champagne for getting an ACFR approved.
Very cool.
Nice. So she owes you big time. But kudos to the finance staff, and I appreciate y'all's recognition of them. That is a major accomplishment to get that done. And they did it in very short order. So it was amazing. So congratulations to them. By the way, the planning department does have on their website a review of all of our active development projects that was referred to a little bit earlier. So if you go to the planning department website, you can see all the development projects, and there's a list of
Wow, that was quick.
all of them. I know, they're incredible.
Ask and you shall receive.
The final thing I had for you is that the West Side Fire Station plans were bid today. So we are out on the street for 45 days for those. So we just need to keep our fingers crossed that they come in within budget. So that concludes the report for you tonight.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. And I did not mention the Raiders because it hurts my heart for them to have lost so crushingly in the first playoff game they've had in about 35 years. So I will not mention them. Out of respect. Concludes my report for you.
Thank you. As in Raider fashion, they stole another one from the Chargers. Always helps to give a little money to the referees, but I won't go there.
Got 2 Brute?
Okay, so future agenda items. Does anyone have any future agenda items? No, I do. So I have 2 that I'd like to talk about. Number one, this is sort of ahead of time council report. As you know, I've been discussing with your guys' consent with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Parks District on finding out if there's a way that we can support what they're doing with the Danny Thomas Ranch and sort of provide our input and impact on, you know, how that could benefit our community as well as the rest of the communities in the past. And I received a letter from Mr. Hughes, the chairman of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park Corporation, Improvement Corporation. And I want to read that real quickly. It says, last year, the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park Improvement Corporation received a significant donation of 123 acres of open space and ranch land, formerly known as the Danny Thomas Ranch. We believe this property will go a long way in helping us fulfill our mission of meeting the recreational needs of our growing community by providing residents with park facilities and recreational programs of outstanding quality. Due to some of the very unique features associated with this property, we believe it would also be beneficial for the foundation to engage in discussions with the city of Beaumont to explore possibilities that maximize the park and recreational benefits for our mutual constituencies. Ideally, following discussions, we would outline our shared vision in the form of a formal memorandum of understanding for adoption by our respective bodies. Please let us know your interest in discussions on this topic at your earliest convenience. We are very excited about the possibility it provides. So I would like to ask for a future agenda item to have city manager's office to review with with our city attorney's office the ideas of what a general memorandum of understanding we could consider, and one that would at least let us go to the next level of really looking into this seriously and see if it's something that that we want to be a part of. So that was the first agenda item that I wanted to add. And then the other one is, and I'm sure you guys all receive, especially when you're mayor, you receive emails from constituents talking about the traffic issues in their neighborhoods. And, you know, we've addressed this over the years. People don't understand why we can't just put up a stop sign, or why we can't just throw up speed bumps, and that those are not solutions that we can really work through. And I had some ideas about those speed limit signs, you know, the ones that pop up and tell you you're going too fast, you better slow down, those kinds of things. And I started asking, having a discussion with the chief on those, on whether or not we have those signs. And he said I believe there are some, and maybe we can, you know, come up with a program of making sure that we have enough. And if there's a way to move forward with, if we can provide support to the police department to sort of try and address some of these issues. I know a lot of it goes with the monitoring of our streets and our traffics, but I just wanted to have a discussion on that, nothing more significant than that, but sort of get some feedback from the chief on things like, you know, he and I talked about cameras on those signs, and he has some issues with that. So again, I'd just like to get that discussion going with the rest of the council. And that's all I had. So if there are no other future agenda items, we'll move on to council reports. And we'll start with you, Mr. Finn.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was out sick for a few days, so I was not able to attend the PASCOM meeting. They were currently not meeting remotely. But I did attend the Transportation Now, and they had a presentation from Valley Guerrero from Riverside University Health System. As a presentation on Safe Routes to School program, which is now called Safe Routes for All. They operate from grant money and help out disadvantaged communities and help educate the public, especially the kids, on being able to travel safely through the community. So that was a nice presentation. But the rest of that meeting, a lot of the focus was on traffic issues. And then also, I attended a presentation to the East Valley Association of Realtors that our Mr. Todd Parton gave, I'll call a mini State of the City address to them. And many of the questions centered around traffic. So I appreciate the topics that were brought up for a future agenda. We'd certainly like to address those. And I think that we can help provide a solution with that, with development impact fees, that maybe we can get some money raised for that, the 60 interchange, and help that situation and so forth. So that's my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Yeah, I did attended the Calamasa Chamber of Commerce installation, and you know, they miss you guys, so so they did that pretty good. And then you know, I'm with the supervisor Jeff Huey, the Calamasa mayor was there. Of course, the you know, our Beaumont you know, Chamber of Commerce, and also the Park and Recreation, you know, Dwayne, and then it's nice, you know, to be with them and chatting and everything, have fun. And other than that, we have a good time. That was well done. Thank you, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. I really wanted to be there and had already RSVP'd, but something came up and I just couldn't make it.
Okay.
So I'm glad you were able to still be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, last week I attended on Wednesday, the 12th, a special meeting with WRCOG. In that meeting, they presented their 2022-2027 strategic plan. I got every council member a copy of the executive summary, so if you want to read through there, talk to Mr. Parton, what we thought we would do is reach out to Kurt, the director of WRCOG, and have him come and present the strategic plan to us so that we could get an idea of where they're at. I think it was great. He's got this done in a short amount of time because it includes a mission statement, values, core values, and a vision, which WRCOG hadn't had before. So this is a big step, and look forward to having him share that with us. And lastly, what I'd like to just give a special thanks to Mercedes and Ashley for their work on, I think it's City 101 or City of Beaumont 101. Looking at some of those on social media, it's very educational. I thought it was a great idea, and I look forward to seeing the next one. So just a special thanks to those two. Lastly, for Mayor Pro Tem Martinez on the ad hoc committee for the traffic, if you could please look at something we could do to get around or increase or improve what's typically called the level of service, or LOS. I've had an axe to grind with that. It always seems to be behind the power curve, which is why we're always having trouble with traffic. If there's something we can do to improve that. I know now we're moving over to what they call vehicle miles traveled. I don't know if that's any better. But somewhere where we're not looking at the base minimum standards, but we're looking at improved standards, so we're ahead of the power curve rather than trying to catch up. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
And Mr. Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Change my page to take notes. All right, a few things. I met with the collaborative agency meeting Wednesday, which has been, I guess, a couple of meetings since we attended. Quite a few different agencies there, just a few to highlight. Mr. Jaggers was there from Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District and gave us a report regarding the mud flows and so forth from the rains. Superintendent Kakish was there from the Beaumont Unified School District, talked about the possibility of the board meetings returning to virtual, and talked about COVID testing for students. Ron Rader was there from the Mount San Gorgonio Hospital. Talked about the 72% approval rating, or approval for the Measure H, but also kind of discussed a little bit about the hardships that the hospital's going through due to the COVID, both with staff and with patients. I attended the Cal Cities Policy Committee on the 13th. We had an introduction to our action agenda for 2022. Basically, Cal Cities policies to focus on retaining local authority, infrastructure, homelessness, and climate change. And we also had an overview of the governor's budget. I attended the Cal Cities Division meeting. We heard from the Lieutenant Governor, who talked about the governor's speech and the budget as well. I attended RCA. RCA updated their right-of-way policies and procedures. We talked about the state and federal legislative platform. We appointed our executive committee, and we rounded off with the ever-famous species of the month, the golden eagle. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you. And I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for One Realty in the Sundance Corporate Center. They are bringing in a group of realtors, I think between 40 to 50 members in their company. And it was exciting to see that the middle building in the Sundance Corporate Center has a lot of tenants in there already. Wow. So it's moving, bringing a lot of business and jobs to Beaumont, which I think is outstanding. And I look forward to many more ribbon cuttings in those buildings. Other than that, that is all that I had.
No restaurant ribbon cutting in that corporate center yet?
She won't tell me what restaurant she's got coming in, but she says we'll be pleased.
Good.
So
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll see. And at this point, we will adjourn to closed session for item number 4 on our closed session agenda. And we will adjourn the open session at 10:48.
Just reporting out of closed session, the council went back into closed session on item number 4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Councilmember Mike Lara and Mayor Pro Tem Julio Martinez. Regarding unrepresented employee city manager, there was no reportable action taken.
City council meeting is adjourned at 11:12 p.m.